Baik, acara akan Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and best wishes. Let me welcome you to Mulawaraman University Center for Tropical Studies in Diplomatic Simulation of the Islamic Conference of Youth and Sport Ministers. Samarinda is Kalimantan, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to kindly welcome our delegates and all the distinguished guests. In this beautiful morning, such a wonderful and precious chance for me, Rohman Hidayat, and it's my absolute pleasure to be your master of ceremony. Let's thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who has been giving us mercy and blessings so we can attend and participate in this event without any obstacles. Praise and gratitude upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam who had brought us to the path of light. Ladies and gentlemen, let's open our agenda by reciting Basmalah. Singing National Anthem of Indonesia. Attendees, please be arise. Attendees may please be seated. The next agenda is reciting Holy Quran. For Mr. Taufik Hidayat, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير صدق الله العظيم ثم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite Mr. Rudini Esos Emsos into prayer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hadirin rahimallahu ta'ala, ahlan wa sahlan fi jam'iyah hukumiyah Mula Warman Kalimantan Timur. Al-an biddu'a ilallahu rabbul alamin fi lughatil arabiyah. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammadin fil awwalin wal akhirin. Wa barik wa sallim wa radiyallahu ta'ala an kulli sahabati Rasulillahi ajma'in. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Hamdan syakirin birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Wa la hawla wa la quwwata illa billahil adiyul adim. Allahumma salli ala habibika sayyiduna Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allahumma yassir lana wa la tu'assir alaina rahmataka ya zal jalali wal ikram. Allahumma rabbi israh li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Allahumma ja'alna ilman nafi'an wa rizqan tayyiban wa syi'an mubarakan wa amalan mutaqabbalan birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam takbir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin wa tub alaina ya maulana innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Rabbana atina min ladunka rahmah wa hayyi lana min amrina rasyada. Min ahlil barakah wa min ahli sehat alfiyat wa min ahli sukses dunia wal akhirah birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Rabbana ya Allah atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar wa adkhilna jannatal mal abrar ya aziz ya ghaffar ya karim ya sattar ya rabbal alamin. Subhanaka rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear the opening remarks by the advisor to the Minister of Youth and Sport of Republic of Indonesia for Mrs. Hasintia Saraswati as the MSc. Time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Honorable Rector, Dr. Insinyur Haji Abdul Nur, Honorable Dr. Yunus Kolak as General Coordinator of Model OIC at ICYF, all the esteemed delegates and esteemed guests, and all participants. So it is with great pleasure and honor that I stand before you today as the representative of the Ministry of Youth and Sports of Republic of Indonesia. On behalf of the Indonesian government, let me extend my warm welcome to each and every one of you at this distinguished diplomatic simulation of Islamic Conference of Youth and Sports Ministers. So I hope you enjoyed today's session. So first and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude and appreciation to the country coordinator of Model OIC in Indonesia and OIC Youth Indonesia, and of course to Dr. Yunus Kolak. It is through their remarkable initiatives and continued support that numerous young individuals across the Islamic world have been provided with a valuable platform to enhance their knowledge, skills, and understanding of international relations, diplomacy, and cultural diversity. We are very indebtful. I would like to express my acknowledge and appreciation to Pak Rektor and all the rectorate and all Universitas Mula Warman team members that make today happen, and not because all of your preparations that we can be here today. Thank you so much, Pak Rektor. Terima kasih, Bapak. So esteemed guests, distinguished delegates, and all participations, this spirit of collaboration is deeply embedded in the Muslim Ummah. As fellow brothers and sisters, we are bound by the teachings of helping and support each other, as exemplified by the concept of Hablum Minan Nas. The establishment of Organization of Islamic Cooperation in 1957 was testament to our commitment to protect the interests of the Muslim world and promote international peace and harmony. So, to all the participants, you are selected because of your bright, innovative mindset that can change the future of our Muslim world and beyond. So I hope today you enjoy the sessions, you enjoy the discussions, you enjoy the day. I will keep this short. Thank you very much, and may peace be upon us all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And the last greeting will be delivered by Rector of Mula Warman University for Mr. Dr. Insinyur Abdul Nur MSc IPU. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning everyone. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Our Honorable Miss Astrid Nadia Rizkita, President of OIC Youth Indonesia and MOIC Country Coordinator to Indonesia. Our Honorable and Excellency for Mr. Dr. Yunus Kolak, OIC Country Coordinator for ICYF General Model. Our Honorable for Ms. Hasintia Larasati or Saraswati, Advisor to the Ministry of Youth and the Sport, Republic of Indonesia. And for leader in Mula Warman, university member already attending on this meeting, and please standing. I introducing for them Professor Lambang Subagio, First Vice Rector for Academic. And the third vice rector for student and alumni, Professor Muhammad Bazar. And else, Dr. Iman Irawan, advisor for vice rector for cooperation and public relation. And else, Miss Apra Tustina, head of Bureau for Public Relation and Planning and Cooperation. And other maybe dean or all of the leader in Mulawarman University member and join on this the meeting in the morning. And honorable also and so excellent for all of delegates from OIC country member, special for youth delegation, and also all of participant member from all of your Indonesian university join in this meeting, and all of participant ladies and gentlemen. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya mursalin, wassalatu wassalamu ala anbiya mursalin wa ala alihi washabi ajmain. Raditu billahi robba, robbi islami dina, robbi nabiyya wa rasulullah, rabbi sahli sadri, wa yassirli amri, wal udatam milisani, yabkahu kauli, robbi zini ilma, warjukna pahma. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf as a rector Mulawarman University, I would like to say welcome to Indonesia, welcome to our province, East Kalimantan, located new capital city of Indonesia, and welcome to Samarinda City, and welcome to Mulawarman University, Saigli. Mulawarman University built science 61 years ago. On 27 September 1962. Exactly on two months later, we are already anniversary Mulawarman University 61. And Mulawarman University have about 66,000 student body, and we have 13 school or faculty, and 1 graduate school, and 2 institution, LP2M, LP3M. And I want to say about all of delegation, youth delegation, OIC member, attending on this conference for simulation model diplomatic. We hope all of you can study and improve your knowledge and skill about Islamic substance, culture, and art in Indonesia, especially in East Kalimantan and Samarinda. Ladies and gentlemen, especially for young delegates from OIC country member. Usually, everyone, we have local wisdom for everyone the first time come to Samarinda. If you first time come to Samarinda, you must be drink Mahakam River water. So my advice, please drink Mahakam River water after they close this conference as soon as possible. So you can going back more and more to Samarinda. As the rector of Malaya University, we say thank you for Dr. Yunus Kolak, for Miss Astrid Nadia, and Miss Hasintia Sarawasti for possible and opportunity our student join in this meeting for a liaison officer. Maybe this good experience for student and to be a station for all of delegates from OIC member participant and support them and this practice experience for all of students from Lower University join in this conference and good speaking for all of delegates. So maybe the next time maybe we join more with the OIC program. And for Mr. Yunus Kolak and Ms. Hasintia and also Ms. Astrid Nadia, Mulai University already joined with consortium university universitas in Kalimantan between three countries, Brunei, Indonesia, and Malaysia. And the next month on September, we arrange a conference, international conference for Islamic developing. So we all of you delegates from OIC country member, please coming and join in this conference for Islamic developing university in Borneo Island. So we can to study about Islamic developing in the Borneo Island, consists of Malaysia, Borneo, and Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, especially for your delegation from OIC member, we hope you enjoy when you stay in Samarinda, especially, and comfortable. You can study and learning about culture, about art, and also about study living relation between many religions in our country, especially in Samarinda. Samarinda, I think the people very heterogeneous. We have three cluster population. The first population from Japanese, and the second population from Sulawesi, and the last one population from local Kalimantan. So I think is Kalimantan very hospital for all of you, and we hope you have a good memory when you stay in Samarinda and you back to your country. You are always good to remember, and you want to going back again to Samarinda. Okay, I think, thank you for your attention. Thank you for your attending on this conference. We have all of you get success and get opportunity and join on other conference for youth delegates and youth organization program in the world. Thanks so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Mr. Abdunur for the greetings. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have another session, which is the giving token of appreciation. We would like to invite Ms. Hasintia Saraswati, Ms. Astrid, Dr. Yunus, and Mr. Abdunur to stand up. And the first token of appreciation will be given by Rector of Bulorman University to the President of OIC-CA. Please give a big applause for Mr. Abdunur for giving the token of appreciation for ICYF General Model OIC Coordinator for Dr. Yunus Kolak. And the second one, giving token of appreciation from Rector of Bulorman University to the advisor to the Minister of Youth and Sports of Republic of Indonesia, Mrs. Hasintia Saraswati, ST MSc. And the last one, giving token of appreciation for the President of OIC Youth Indonesia and MOIC Country Coordinator to Indonesia, Ms. Astrid Nadia Rizkita. Apa? And now this is giving token of appreciation from the advisor to the Minister of Youth and Sport of Republic of Indonesia to the Rector of Bulorman University. And the last one is giving token of appreciation from the President of OIC Youth Indonesia and MOIC Country Coordinator to Rector of Bulorman University. Okay, thank you so much. And now let's take a picture together one more time before we take a picture with the delegates. So please turn around and take a picture together with the delegates. So attendees, please be arise and take a picture with the rector and also the OIC and also from the Minister of Republic of Indonesia. Okay, in count, 1, 2, 3. Give your best smile, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Oke, silakan kepalkan tangannya. Ya. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much. So attendees, please may be seated and all the distinguished guests could be back. Return to their seat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the diplomatic simulation, I would like to invite Dr. Yunus Kolak and also Miss Astrid Nadia Rizkita to return to your seat. And we would like to say that this is the end of the opening ceremony of the diplomatic simulation of the Islamic Conference of Youth and Sport Ministers. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the diplomatic simulation, let's hear the greetings from the ICYF General Model OIC Country Coordinator for Dr. Yunus Kolak. Time is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, and I'm going to re-announce, I would like to invite the President of OIC Youth Indonesia and MOIC Country Coordinator to Indonesia for Miss Astrid Nadia Rizkita to lead the agenda. For Miss Astrid, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya wa mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Rabbi syrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Amin ya rabbal alamin. First of all, of course, alhamdulillah, we thank Allah Subhanahu wa taala for bringing us this opportunity to gather in this blessed forum, inshallah, and also giving our salawat to our Prophet Muhammad Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Basically, we are not going to take much of your time. A lot has already been said by the previous speakers, but as you can see, maybe the difference between the posters, the backdrops, in the previously, we see now that we have logo of Model OIC and ICYF and the logo of us from Indonesia as well. So within this OIC cultural activity that's going to last for 1 week, I think it's also appropriate to say that this is like OIC Culture Week, not OIC cultural activity, because it's only singular word. And I hope all of you, from the students of Mula Warman University and from the delegates from all over Indonesia, we have 21 youth representatives from National Muslim Youth Organization, as well as from other cities as well. We hope that each and every one of you can have fruitful discussion, because we believe that, and I personally believe that there is no such thing as coincidences. So each and every one of us are here for a purpose. So very up to us, to each and every one of us, to determine where we bring this gathering to. It will be explained by our next speaker about Model OIC, what we expect from this session. Basically, as the name states, it's model. So it's like a simulation. It is a simulation. And just a word of encouragement. In the network of Model OIC coordinatorship, we are very lucky to have a network of very diverse and vibrant youth leaders, not only from Indonesia, but also from other countries, namely Malaysia, Bangladesh, Turkey, Azerbaijan, from neighborly countries as well, from countries in Arab states, in Africa region and others. And just a word of encouragement, actually, among the delegations present in OIC-CA, let's just name her. She's also my counterpart. She was formerly the Model OIC country coordinator for Bangladesh. And right now, she's also present at OIC-CA as the head of the Human Resources Department, Human Development Department in ISESCO. It's like the UNESCO of OIC. Her office is in Rabat, Morocco. So she started from youth activism. She started from where you guys are sitting. Yeah. And now she's actually a young diplomat. So she has a diplomatic card, yeah, in her passport now. So it's also a word of encouragement for each and every one of you. We thank of course, the leadership of Mullah Warman University for giving this opportunity. And we believe that you have gone through the study guide that has been prepared by the chairs. And at the end of the day, we expect to have a resolution which will be given to the OIC, as the ICYF is also an OIC organ. Basically, anything that is resulted from this meeting will be given to the OIC. And of course, you are all very lucky because this model OIC is conducted within the framework of the big event of OIC-CA. So with that, we hope that you make the most of this opportunity, learn as much as possible. Everything starts from scratch, and please make this most opportunity. Thank you so much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam pemuda. Salam pemuda. Salam pemuda.
All right. This. All right. Now we move to the representative of ICYF. His Excellency is Mr. Yunus Cholak. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Esselamu Aleyküm ve Rahmetullahi ve Berekatühü. Dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear excellencies, dear distinguished academicians of this wonderful university, I am so delighted to be among you today. And of course, as the head of ICWF MOE coordinatorship, I would like to give all my best feelings to you within this great atmosphere. Before getting started, let me convey the greetings of ICWF President, His Excellency Taha Ayhan, to our distinguished delegates. On behalf of ICWF, I would like to thank the MOIC Country Coordinator of Indonesia, Ms. Astrid, advisor to the Minister of Youth and Sport, Ms. Jacintra Larasati, and of course, Director of this wonderful university, Mulawarnan University, His Excellency, Professor Dr. Mr. Abnur, and all the organizing committee, as well as the OIC Youth Indonesia, for the efforts that were put into organizing this organization. Dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I know that you are so excited, and I know that for the opening speech it's too long, so that's why I am not going to take all of your time, since I can see your excitement through your eyes. So I would like to thank all our delegates for their interest and dedication, as we are now holding our 10th simulation in less than 6 months. It is our desire to ensure that the IC geography at large has skilled and conscious people, and this begins with bringing young people together to discuss issues that matters. We will continue to work toward this ideal, and we are proud of that the work that we have done with our partners. I hope to see you in our MOIC clubs at your respective universities after these simulations. Dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, inshallah, at the end of today, you will become a real diplomat, not a simulation or not a diplomat of simulation, but inshallah, at the end of today, you will become a real diplomat and a real MOICer. As ICWF, we will be, inshallah, in the future, we will be supporting your efforts and everything. And inshallah, for the next time, we would like to see you in other ICWF's organization and Modulo IC organization. Again, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your hospitality and for everything. Inshallah, we would like to see you in our other programs as well. Esselamu Aleyküm ve Rahmetullahi ve Berekatuhu.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Yunus Kolak, for your speech. So now we will move to the next agenda, which is this is a special agenda. We call it like as diplomatic simulations of the OIC. I hope everyone here are ready for as a young future diplomat. I would like to highlight that this is just about simulation. So everyone here have experience about how OIC organs when they make its policy or new solutions and how OIC works looks like. So everyone here as a representative of the member of OIC, And I hopefully that everyone here are excited. So we will start the committee sessions 1. أصحاب معالي سيدات والسادة والحضور الكريم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أولا مرحبا بكم في بلدكم الثاني الجمهورية إندونيسيا بمدينة كاليمانتان الشرقية. Let me allow to introducing myself and my partners. My name is Juliadi Sulaiman, as the representative of OIC Indonesia, as your chair. And beside me is Alia Fatika Santosa, as the co-chair of your conference. Alia, may you want to introduce yourself, please?
Assalamualaikum, everyone. My name is Alia Fatika Santosa, and I am here with my partner Juliadi, and we are pleased to welcome you to the OIC Cultural Activities Model OIC Diplomatic Simulation with the topic of reviewing the OIC youth strategy from a cultural standpoint. As what Jewel has already said, because this is a diplomatic simulation, do not be afraid of making mistakes. Everything that you do here is a learning opportunity. So just be confident in yourself. Do not be afraid to ask questions. And we hope that when you come home from this conference, you will not only gain like a learning experience, like how to do critical thinking and how to draft resolutions, but you will also learn about the spirit of collaboration and diplomacy and widen from meeting the other delegates here. Welcome.
All right, thank you. Are you ready, guys? Hopefully you are ready here. So now we would like to start the meeting. First, we start with the roll call. As I mentioned that I explained before, that roll call is just to make sure that your attendance of your countries. So when the chair called your name's country, you should say the delegate of your country is present. I take your example like the delegate of Indonesia, and you have to raise your placard, and then stand up and say, the delegate of Indonesia is present. Thank you. So this is the example of how you to present your positions here and your attendance. All right, let's get started. Okay, now we start from the first delegate. The delegate of Albania, are you present? Thank you, delegate of Albania. Next, delegate of Azerbaijan, are you present? Thank you. The delegate of the Kingdom of Bahrain. All right, thank you. The delegate of Bangladesh. Thank you. The delegate of Benin. Thank you. The delegate of Brunei Darussalam. Thank you. The delegate of Burkina Faso. Thank you. The delegate of Cameroon. Thank you. The delegate of Chad. Thank you. The delegate of Comoros. Thank you. The delegate of Djibouti. Thank you. The delegate of Egypt. Thank you. The delegate of Gabon. Delegate of Gabon, since none. Next delegate is delegate of Gambia. Thank you. The delegate of okay. The delegate of Guinea-Bissau. Thank you. Next is delegate of Guyana. Thank you. The delegate of Indonesia. Thank you. The delegate of Islamic Republic of Iran. Thank you. The delegate of Iraq. Thank you. The delegate of Kingdom Hashemite of Jordan. Thank you. Delegate of Kazakhstan. All right, thank you. The delegate of the state of Kuwait. All right, thank you. Delegate of Lebanon. Thank you. Delegate of Dawlatil Libya. Shukran. Now is delegate of Malaysia. Thank you. Delegate of Mauritania. Okay. The delegate of Al-Mamlakat al-Maghribiyah. Since none. Delegate of Maldives. Since none. The delegate. Next delegate is delegate of Mozambique. Thank you. The delegate of Niger. The delegate of Niger. Delegate of Niger? Since not. Delegate of Nigeria. Thank you. The delegate of the Sultanate of Oman. Thank you. The delegate of Pakistan. The delegate of Dawlat al-Palestine. Thank you. The delegate of Dawlat al-Qatar. Thank you. The delegate of Al-Mamlakat al-Arabiyyah al-Saudiyyah. Thank you. The delegate of Senegal. Thank you. The delegate of Sierra Leone. Thank you. The delegate of Al-Jumhuriyah Sudan. Thank you. The delegate of Suriname. Thank you. The delegate of Tajikistan. Thank you. The delegate of Tunisia. Thank you. The delegate of Turkey. Thank you. The delegate of Turkmenistan. Thank you. The delegate of Uganda. The delegate of Dawlat al-Imarat al-Arabiyyah al-Muttahida. Since none. Delegate of Uzbekistan. Thank you. The last delegate is Al-Jumhuriyah Yamaniyah. Shukran.
May I have your attention, delegates? Before we move on to the next agenda, which is the general speakers list, right now we have 42 delegates in attendance. And in order to pass a motion, which is basically a topic of like your speeches, what you want to say in this conference, we need to have 21 votes for yes in order for that motion to pass. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Now we move to the next sessions called as general list speak. General list speak. Now we're gonna move to the next sessions, call it as GSL, General Speaker List, which is you have to deliver a short speech from 1 until 2 minutes into the front of the stage to explaining about the background, the positions of your country regarding the topic that we will discuss. And for those who want to deliver a speech, you can raise your placard and then you can move to the stage and deliver a speech from minimum 1 minute into 2 minutes. Everybody is understand here? Okay. Now we move to GSL. Before we start the GSL, I would like to ask the LO that there are several mics there. If there's some delegate want to deliver a speech from on your table, it will be okay. But if you want to move to the stage, it will be okay. I would like to explain in Indonesia. We changed the policy that everyone will be deliver a short speech or GSL, General Speaker List, into the front stage, all delegates. I would like to say in Indonesia dan teman-teman di sini akan diberikan waktu untuk berpidato selama 1 sampai 2 menit maksimum di depan salah satu dari partner kalian. Seperti itu. Jadi kami akan memanggil sesuai dengan abjad. We will call by the abjad. Now, we start the first delegate. The first delegate is delegate of Albania to go to the stage to deliver General Speaker List.
Good morning, everyone. I am Rogerio in representation of the Republic of Albania. Albania, having a large number of young people, we recognize that youth development is crucial to the country's development. That is why the youth policy was divided after assessing about the youth needs in Albania and understanding that the broad range of issues affecting the young people of Albania. We target areas while devising the youth policy, we targeted areas such as education, where we recognize that the education of from a scientific and a cultural standpoint is very important. Health, also paying attention to marginalized people such as minorities and people with disabilities. We also took into account issues such as mobility for young people and social inclusion that are very important, and in particular issues such as environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Albania. Now we move to the next delegate, is the Delegate of Azerbaijan. The Delegate of Azerbaijan, you may have the floor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Morning, everyone, and delegates. Delegates from Azerbaijan have two concerns that we'll bring in these councils. First of all, I want to bring about the importance of youth, because our population, almost a quarter of our population is mostly a youth. So, first of all, I want to bring about the importance of empowering youth women and how to overcome a educational problem due to conflict that happen in our country, because our country have a conflict with our neighbor country that is named Nagorno-Karabakh conflicts. So in this council, I want to express our view about how this conflict will affect the education of our future youth. And then I want to express how the importance of our youth women, how they can achieve the same educational field as a man does. So therefore, I want to express those two in this council. So therefore, in these two matters, I want to, right, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Delegate of Azerbaijan. Next, we move to the Delegate of the Kingdom of Bahrain. You may have the floor. You can just stay on the table if you want here, because we need this. Yeah. You just stand up.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Cek. Cek. All right, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, honorable chiefs and delegates. As the delegate of Bahrain, we believe along with the other delegates as well, that can see that we are here to push our grounds for our nation's betterment. And it's essential to have such spirit in order to create the better world for our youth. Moreover, to create the better world, education is one of the most essential branch we should observe, evaluate, and improve. So thus it applies to the health services that we are offered to the youth in order to prevent the death of youth due to the unprivileged stances that is not given by the government. Furthermore, we believe every country has put education as part of its priority, including us, Bahrain. We have done indicated by, firstly, Bahrain is already having 95.3 females and 85.8 males being educated. At the end, we believe that it is supposed to be concerned within this our council. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Bahrain.
Okay. Just for a short notice that the time to speak is 1 minute, and it is advisable that you guys set a timer in your phones or something to let you know how many seconds is left in your speech. And if you do not, we will Hello? Okay. When the time is up, so when we bang this gavel, please be mindful of your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to the next delegate. Delegate of Bangladesh, you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nur Azaksham as delegation of Bangladesh, who will give overview of the situation of our country. Bangladesh has the 8th largest population in the world and has the 92 largest land area, which means it's high population density. This means that their resources are not balanced with the existence of a much larger population, cause a high unemployment rate. Until 2020, Bangladesh experienced increased unemployment of 5.30%, and this problem is of course also a challenge for countries in the world. But so far, country has tried to make effort to overcome the unemployment, which is including improving infrastructure, developing in the industrial sector, increasing work skill, developing society economy through the existence of the Grameen Bank, which provides inspiration for microfinance institutions around the world, and establish cooperation with member countries of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation in order to obtain the support and resources that need to reduce the unemployment. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Bangladesh. Next, let's move to the Delegate of Brunei Darussalam. Delegate of Brunei, you may have the floor.
Distinguished delegates, the OIC Youth Strategy is necessary as it is a comprehensive initiative that aims to empower young people to become active and engaged citizens in their own countries and in their communities. In Brunei, the OIC Youth Strategy is particularly relevant because of its predominantly Muslim population and the importance of engaging and empowering young people. And the elements of the OIC Youth Strategy has always been taken into account in policy-making processes in Brunei. And in particular, Brunei has been making progress in promoting education for girls and women. As the OIC Youth Strategy in Brunei prioritizes education for everyone, regardless of their gender and socioeconomic background, it is conditioned to acknowledge that challenges that may hinder the process of our youth receiving education. And therefore, for this, we as the delegates of Brunei are highly optimistic in the productive discussion and resolution that we will be having in this forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Brunei Darussalam. Let's move to the next delegate, is Delegate of Benin. Delegate of Benin, you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. The delegation of Benin realized that education is important for youth. We highlight the problems experienced by Beninese youth is education. In Benin, the quality of education is still lagging behind. The reasons are directly linked to poverty and social culture norms. In addition to parents' lack of means or lack of desire to pay youth schooling. While primary education is free and compulsory in Benin, this is considered unsuccessfully because their parents do not take education seriously. So in order to solve the problems and produce the good quality of education, Benin proposes the following solution. The first solution would be educated society, especially their parents, about how much important education is for their children. The second solution would be providing all youth with free access to education. The third solution, improve and supply qualified education human resources by the government. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Benin. Let's move to the next delegate. Is Delegate of Burkina Faso. You may have the floor, Delegate of Burkina Faso.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. we delegate of Burkina Faso. So, with utmost humility, I stand before you as the representative of Burkina Faso in this crucial session. I would like to address an urgent and complex issue that our country, which is the presence of ISIS, is Burkina Faso. In confronting this challenge, we firmly believe that cooperation among OIC member states can play a vital role in finding a solution. The OIC possesses exceptional capacity to mobilize the resource and knowledge required to combat the radical ideology and extremism embraced by this group. We believe that supporting the security of Burkina Faso intertwined with supporting education in our nation by ensuring the safety and security of our citizens, particularly our children. Oh, sorry, thank you.
Your time is elapsed, Delegate of Burkina Faso. Thank you so much. Next delegate is Delegate of Cameroon. You may have the floor, the Delegate of Cameroon.
Good morning, delegates. Today, we would like to address the pressing issues in our countries. Youth in Cameroon face a number of challenges, compromising their socio-economic potential. Some of these challenges include the lack of access of education. Cameroon's education system faces the notable challenge with regard to gender disparity and gender inequalities. Girls continue to face significant barriers to accessing education. Cultural attitudes, poverty, early marriage, and pregnancy all contribute to lower enrollment rates and higher dropout rates among girls. This not only limits their opportunities for independent personal growth and development, but also hinders the overall development of the nation as a whole. In addition, lower enrollment rate girls also face discrimination in the classroom.
Delegate of Cameroon, your time is elapsed. Thank you. Now, is Delegate of Chad. You may have the floor, Delegate.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates. Youth generation is indeed a big part of national power that can bring changes to the world. By the time youth has been participating in a lot of policy making and volunteering themselves in issues like education, environment, health, prosperity, and many more. But we see the inequality regarding how youth in countries that haven't been that much developed are struggling to participate to give their voices and thought. Muslim countries where conflict still occurs, most of the time still need to get rid of their own local security. With OIC as an international organization of Islamic countries, it is the duty to bring solution towards problem their state member have. OIC member states don't have the equity of all because there are gaps between countries that need to be fixed first, and it is not nearly possible in all of the aspect. A model plan called the OIC Youth Strategy that is hoping to help member states framing the problems and help each other to find the solution. The 10 model points of problem OIC has been trying to maximize their effort. Does that plan OIC made already solve the problem? That is the question.
Sorry,
Thank
Delegate.
you.
Your time is elapsed. Thank you. Next is Delegate of Comoros. You may have the floor, Delegate of Comoros.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Regina Ferranti. As a delegate from Comoros, we would like to address the issues in our country, which is education. As Comoros, we face a challenge in education. This problem stems from gender disparity aspects, such as girls only receive significantly less education than boys. And there are still many girls who married before they are 18 years old and or even before they are 15 years old, so they cannot pursue their education. If we underestimate gender inequality in education of a country, it will continue to happen until the next generation. We believe that the future of a country can be seen through the quality of the young generation. So these issues are really important. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Comoros. Next is Delegate of Djibouti. You may have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Education is the foundation upon which nation thrive, and it is the key to unlocking the full potential of individual and society. It is the pathway to empowerment, sustainable development, and the attainment of peace and justice for all. However, we cannot ignore the undeniable reality that gender inequality continues to hinder progress in the field of education. In Djibouti, we have committed ourselves to address this pressing concern and provide equal educational opportunities for all, regardless of gender. Gender inequality is not only the responsibility of government or educational institution. It requires the collective effort of civil society organizations, religious leaders, parents, and communities to break down barriers and support girls on their educational journey. Honorable delegates, the time for action is now. We have an opportunity to make a lasting impact by
Thank you, Delegate. Your time is elapsed. Now is Delegate of Egypt. Delegate of Egypt, you may have the floor. Thank you.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I will bring, we as the delegate of Egypt, as the member of OIC. Egypt is one of the member of OIC, and I will bring the general background, what we will focus on. I believe every other OIC, also including ourselves, recognize the significance of empowering its youth. I believe that is the reason why we are here today. Egypt youth, who constitute a substantial portion of the country's population, youth represents 60%. That is more than half of the population in Egypt. And that is because of that, we will talk about the gender disparity, since apparently it has been noticed that gender disparity is part of the unconscious beliefs that youth have, according to the research that I've read. Egypt knows the importance of equal rights and youth education as Egypt. This is why we will bring up about, and we will talk about the urgency of this. Thus, we will find resolution into solving this disparity. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Delegate of Egypt. Next is Delegate of Gambia. You may have the floor. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Shafanur Afia, the representative of the country, the Republic of Gambia. Gambia has been experiencing a rapid increase in the population of young people for many years. Between 2003 and 2030, youth population increased of 41.1%. It is expected with the persistent high fertility rate, young people will continue to constitute the majority of the population for the foreseeable future. As Gambia, we are fully supporting the OIC Youth Strategy. As stated in 2019 publication, the share of youth aged 30 to 30 years continues to grow. It is 37% of the total population. The growing youthful population of the Gambia raises many questions among them are employment and ensuring it is a standard of living to all. According to the labor force survey in 2018, despite substantial improvement in access to basic education and study economic growth, the Gambia still faces considerable challenges in respect to reducing poverty. Nearly 60% of the poor in the Gambia.
Thank you, Delegate. Sorry, your time is elapsed. Next
Yes. Okay,
is the delegate of Guinea-Bissau. You may have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to address about issue in our country about education. With a population of 1.8 million, about 69% of people in Guinea-Bissau live below the poverty line and 25% experience chronic malnutrition. In addition to working towards reducing the poverty, there is a focus to improve education in Guinea-Bissau, which faces many struggles, including low enrollment rates, limited financial support, and gender inequality. Okay, our efforts to increase the educational, we aim to improve the quality of education in Guinea-Bissau, especially with regard to early childhood, through partnership and the rehabilitation of classroom, alongside Plan International, Handicap International, and UNICEF. We are monitor school by training 180 inspectors who are responsible. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Guinea-Bissau. All right, next to the next delegate is Delegate of Guyana. You may have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. Guyana recognizes that youth of our member state are the driving force behind the progress of development of our future. It is that crucial to acknowledge the significance of cultural diversity in shaping their development. Furthermore, convinced that education plays a pivotal role in raising cultural awareness and understanding, Guyana supports the integration of cultural education in formal and informal curricula, providing youth people with knowledge and tools to appreciate and respect diverse culture. By fostering cultural empathy and promoting dialogue, we can create an harmonious environment where youth can actively engage with one another, breaking down barriers and building bridge of understanding. In conclusion, Guyana firmly believes that the review of OIC youth strategy should put...
Thank you, Delegate. Your time is elapsed. Next is Delegate of the Republic of Indonesia. You may have the floor.
Okay, thank you. The Honorable and Chair and Delegates, utmost humility, I'm stand here for Delegate of Indonesia. And Indonesia is background of reflection national identity on the country of the largest Muslim population. And the challenges is unbalanced education output, and this is challenges and basically skill needed is young people, and the Indonesian program is the development of superior human and resources, and in the vocational education and training, and social entrepreneur to agent of the
Finished? Are you finished, Delegate? Okay, thank you. Next is Delegate of the Islamic Republic of Iran. You may have the floor.
Distinguished Chair, fellow delegates, the Islamic Republic of Iran acknowledges the significance of youth empowerment and the vital role in sport shaping the future of national. Today we stand here before you to vote the right opportunities and aspirations of young individuals without your borders and beyond. Iran firmly believes in the power of youth and their potential to contribute to sustainable development and global peace. To understand Iran's approach to the human empowerment, we must consider our national historical background. Iran has a richer culture heritage, but also contribute to both of the present generation. Our youth are not only contribute to our tradition, but also driving the force behind innovation progress as a nation and recognize the review. And the key challenges, Iran acknowledges despite the progress made, challenges persist in comprehensive youth empowerment. We did identify some of the key challenges faced our youth. The first is employment. The high levels of youth employment hide economic growth and instability. Iran seeks to address the issue through inclusive policy, vocational training programs, and the fostering entrepreneurship entrepreneurism. And second is education. Access to the equality is essential for youth development. Iran is committed to enhance the individual experience, promoting esteem, education, and improving digital legacy to equip our youth to the necessary skills to the future. And the third is social integration. Discrimination. Thank you.
Delegate, your time is elapsed. Next is Delegate of the Republic of Iraq.
Okay, thank you. We are from Iraq, so now we believe that the presence of OIC-CA strategy is important for Muslims around the world, so that as a representative from Iraq, one of the OIC member countries, we highlighted the child marriage issue in Iraq. As you know, there are 441,000 women between 15 and 49 ages in Iraq were married before 15 years old. And there are 2,116,000 women were married before 18 years old. And regionally, Iraq is the second highest child marriage country. Child marriage country in Iraq is high and promoted by conservative Islamic in Iraq, so that we hope that this issue can be brought to the attention of OIC member states to bind and save future generations in Iraq. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Your time is elapsed. Next is the delegate of Jordan. Your time is yours.
Morning, everyone.
Thank you.
And delegates, I'm Anissa Tsunami from Delegates Jordania. Jordan has one of the youngest population in the world, with 63 of its population under the age of 13. As the large population of youth grows older and begins to enter the workforce, the demographic transitions presents a unique opportunity for Jordan, but it is not without its challenge. We face significant issues like limited access to education. Despite effort to increase access to education, Jordan, there are still challenges in achieving equal access for all youth. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of Jordan. Now we move to the delegate of Kazakhstan. You may have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. I stand before you today as the representative of Kazakhstan. Our focus today is on the role and importance of youth employment, recognizing that the youth are the backbone of our society and the driving force behind progress and innovation. Kazakhstan, with its rich cultural heritage and vast potential, poised to embrace the potential of its young population. It is essential that we provide our young people to the opportunities they need to thrive and contribute meaningfully to the nation's development by empowering them with the necessary skills, education, and resources. We can create an environment where they can flourish and lead us towards sustainable progress. Yet unemployment remains a critical concern, not only in Kazakhstan, but also across the globe. So it is vital that we address to provide equal opportunities for young men and women. To achieve these goals, collaboration between government, institutions, and educational organizations and the private sector is paramount. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Your time has elapsed. And now moving on to the next delegate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for this time. I'm from representing of the the protracted armed conflict in our nation has had a devastating impact on education sector. Thousands of schools have been destroyed or forcibly closed, leaving millions of Yemeni children and adolescents without access to proper education. As the youth delegates from Republic of Yemen, I stand before you today to address a critical issue, the lack of education in my country. The prolonged armed conflict has destroyed schools and left millions of Yemeni children without access to education. This poses a grave threat to the future. We need increased support and humanitarian aid to rebuild educational infrastructure and work towards sustainable peace. Let us join hands to ensure that Yemeni children have a brighter future through quality education. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of Yemen. Now we move to the delegate of State of Kuwait, please. The mic. Samelo, please move the mic to the State of Kuwait. No. The delegate of State of Kuwait. Delegate of State of Kuwait. Let's move to the delegate of Lebanon. You may have the floor.
Yes, yes. Okay, good morning. Today we gather here to discuss an urgent matter that demands our immediate attention, the critical issues affecting the youth of our nation. First of all is education crisis. In the face of technological advancement and ever-changing job market, access to quality education remains unequal. This inequality breeds social disparities, perpetuates poverty, and limits opportunity of our youth. To combat this crisis, we must invest in comprehensive educational reforms, ensure equal to access to education for all, and equip our young minds with the skills necessary to thrive in digital age. But there's an issue is our country. The war bank in Lebanon for nearly 18 months now, Lebanon has been assailed by compounded crisis, specifically an economic and financial crisis, followed by COVID-19 and lastly the explosion at the port of Beirut on August 4, 2020. The 2023 Lebanon Crisis Response Plan bring together.
Your time
Okay,
is
thank you.
elapsed, Delegate of Lebanon. Now we move to the delegate of Kuwait. Before we start the GSL for the delegate of Kuwait, I would like to explain that the GSL general speaker list must be by the name of the country, by the abjad. So it's really sorry for the mistake. So we're gonna move to the state of Kuwait. Until that, move to the last to the delegate of Yemen. Jadi teman-teman nanti ini speech-nya berdasarkan abjad. Jadi tadi sempatnya salah dari Kazakhstan langsung ke Yaman. Jadi itu tidak bisa sebenarnya. Harus dari Kuwait. Clear? Alright. Let's continue.
Thanks. Thanks for the time, Chair. Distinguished delegates, as a delegate representing Kuwait, I would like to emphasize the profound role of culture in shaping to the OIC youth strategy priority areas. As you know that Kuwait is a small country with small populations. We have only about 4.6 million people, and most of them are expatriate from another countries, Indonesia, Philippines, Korea, and some of Asian countries and Saudi Arabian country. But Kuwait, as you know that Kuwait is the wealthiest country in Middle East and the richest and the highest salary of the people of Kuwait that given by government because of our oil producers. And then we are going to concern in the youth empowering, and of course because of youth get involved to government, they will the country will be grown up as good as another country has been in the world. And then finally, let us leverage culture as a tool. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Kuwait. Your time is elapsed. Let's move to the next delegate of دولة ليبيا. سيتفضل لوفد
بسم الله
دولة
الرحمن
ليبيا.
الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الخلق والمرسلين. تعمل الحكومة الليبية من خلال وزارة الشباب الليبية على تنفيذ عدد من البرامج والمبادرات التي تهدف إلى إدماج الشباب في المجتمع وتمكينه من المشاركة الفاعلة في الحياة الاجتماعية والاقتصادية والسياسية في البلاد. ومن بين الأنشطة وبرنامج التدريب والتأهيل، برنامج التوعية والتثقيف، برنامج تنمية مهارات القيادة، برنامج الشباب والتنمية المستدامة. بشكل عام فإن وزارة الشباب الليبية تعمل على توفير الدعم اللازم للشباب في البلاد وتطوير قدراتهم وتمكينهم من المشاركة الفاعلة في جميع المجالات وتعزيز دورهم في بناء مستقبل أفضل للبلاد. كما تعمل الوزارة على تنظيم العديد من الفعاليات والأنشطة التي تستهدف الشباب مثل المسابقات وورش العمل والندوات والمؤتمرات وتشجيعهم على المشاركة في الحياة العامة والحوار الوطني. تحرص الوزارة على تعزيز التعاون بين الشباب والجهات المعنية الأخرى مثل المؤسسات الحكومية والمجتمع المدني وتوفير الدعم اللازم للشباب لتحقيق أهدافهم. إن ليبيا تسعى وتهتم ببناء الشراكات فعالة على مستوى الدول في التعاون. وفي الختام نشكر جمهورية إندونيسيا على حسن استقبالهم.
شكرا وفد دولة ليبيا. Let's move to the next delegate of Malaysia. You may have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Malaysia would like to express what is faced by Malaysian youth on post-pandemic COVID-19, such as unemployment rate is increased. Number two is education method change give challenge to the youth in our country. Next is mental health condition among the youth is quite critical, and we need a good way out to solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Malaysia. Let's move to the next delegate of Maldives. Delegate of Mauritania, is it? Okay. Delegate of Mauritania, you may have the floor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I'm Shifa Nurrahma as a representative from the country of Mauritania with enthusiasm and determination to discuss the pressing issue of youth empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that youth is a pillar of the future and invaluable force in the society. However, we recognize that not only in Mauritania, but youth in almost all countries of the world face seriously challenges is realizing their full potential. Lack of access to quality education, economic inequality, employment, and limited access to opportunity are some of the problems we must face together. In the midst of rapid change, social challenges, and complex empowerment, we need to come together to empower youth and give them the right tools to success. Empowering youth is not only about providing access to education and economic opportunities, but also about giving them the confidence, knowledge, and skills needed to actively contribute to society. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Mauritania. Now we move to the delegate of Morocco. Since none, move to the delegate of Mozambique. You may have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Al-mukarramun al-mahbubun al-hadirun. Ashubanul yawm rijalul ghad. Walakin lana al-mushkilah. Drug addiction is the biggest problem that the youth facing today. Based on the United Nations Office of Drug and Crimes, in 2023, there were 269 million people who used the drugs within a year. So this is the biggest problem for us as a youth. Shubbanul Yaum Rijalul God. We are the youth, and in the future we will being adult. So to protect the youth, we need to collaborate to solve this problem of drug addiction. So I hope from this forum, we have some draft resolution to protect the youth future. Shukran.
Thank you, Delegate of Mozambique. Next is the delegate of the Sultanate of Oman. Delegate of Oman. Delegate of Pakistan, sorry. Sorry. The delegate of Nigeria. You may have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We, as the representation of the Nigeria, we like to say that Nigeria is the most populous country in Africa, as well as the seventh in the world. This country population is growing at 2.6 a year, one of the fastest rate globally. This country also has the largest population of youth in the world, with the median age of 18.1 years. About 70% of the population is under 30 and 42% are under the age of 50. With that many youth population in Nigeria, we experience many problems, such as education, gender equality, also the youth employment. Youth unemployment is a significant challenge in Nigeria. The problem is particularly acute with the younger youth, with at least 2/3 of the unemployed youth between 15 and 24 years of age. Youth in unemployment remains a significant challenge in Nigeria. The problem compounded by the relevance of child labor, which affect Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Your time is elapsed. Next is the delegate of Oman.
Thank you, chairs. We are representative of Oman. Would like to say in Oman, youth unemployment become a significant problem, which affect young people aged 15 to 29 years old. The youth unemployment rate in Oman was estimated to be 49% in 2019. And it has likely worse due to the pandemic. And the issue of the mismatch between skill of young people and those that firms seek contributes to high youth unemployed rates in Oman. A survey conducted by the International Labour Organization, or ILO, found that 44% of Omanis believe that companies should provide training opportunities to address the perceived skill mismatch. Additionally, completing secondary education is not enough to ensure that youth in low-income countries achieve better labor market outcomes, and only 4 in 10 young secondary school graduates were engaged in non-vulnerable employment. Therefore, it is clear that skill mismatch is one of the factors contributing to the youth employment problem in Oman. And addressing this issue requires creating training program that match the skills needed by the private sectors and improving the educational system to adjust to the needs of the labor market.
Thank you, delegates. Your time is elapsed. Next, to the delegate of Pakistan.
Thank
You
you.
may have the floor.
We are from delegate of Pakistan. I would like to explain the problem that exists in our country, namely the gender disparity due to economic inequality, educational discrimination, and political culture. Pakistan has been take progressive steps toward protecting human rights by ratifying most international human rights convention and introducing pro-woman law, including the National Gender Policy Framework. However, implementation remains weak. That we hope OIC member state can provide technical assistance and mentoring to Pakistan in strengthening the capacity of institutions and law enforcement officials head to protection of women. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of Pakistan. Now we move to the delegate of Dawlatil Palestine. Sayatafaddal.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Palestinian people are very smart, but our problem, we cannot find any chance there in Palestine because Israel occupation. So, in your opinion all, I hope in this conference, advise us, or if you have any solution for us, I hope we can discuss about that. Shukran.
Shukran li wafd Dawlat al-Palestine. Next is the delegate of Now is the delegate of Dawlat al-Qatar. Sayatafaddali wafd Dawlat al-Qatar.
Honorable chairs and delegates, we believe as a youth generation played an important role in the evolution of information technology, which also relate to cultural and globalization issues where all elements of people with different cultures and societies background are connected to globalization and cause diversity of understanding. There are various challenges and problems faced by the OIC state members that are caused by diversity of understanding. These are also related to the new cultural challenge and race problem by the OIC member states about cultural discrimination, anti-Muslim, sentimental or Islamophobia, racist hate speech. Recently in Qatar, races-related differences in understanding of this culture began to be realized as an important problem since FIFA World Cup 2022, as the first Islamic countries to be hosted by the stars of the Qatar. In order to solve this problem, we believe as a youth generation, there is important to us.
Thank you. Delegate of Qatar, your time is elapsed. Next is the delegate of Al-Mamlakat Al-Arabiyyah Al-Saudiya.
Thank you for
Yes,
the
Saudi Arabia, please.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity that has been given. Saudi Arabia has made significant progress in recent years in expanding access to education for both men and women. However, gender disparity remains a poignant issue with considered gaps in educational opportunities and outcomes. In this regard, we as the Saudi Arabia government will actively be part of this negotiation, and what the Saudi Arabia government will do will be in manner of gender disparity in education. We have to be on the same page regarding at this situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Saudi Arabia. Next is Delegate of Senegal. You may have the floor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Zini as delegate of Senegal. The issue that we concern our early marriage is still become a serious problem in Senegal. According to data from UNICEF, about 12 million women around the world are married before the age of 18 each year, and about a third of them come from the OIC member countries. Early marriage can have a serious impact on girl health and education. In Senegal, the maternal mortality rate is quite high for mothers aged 15 to 19 compared to mothers aged 20 to 24. The majority of cases of obstetric fistula are devastating childbirth injury are caused by early pregnancies. Early marriage increases health risk for women since young brides are also likely to have children soon after marriage. Child marriage is one of the main causes of girls dropping out of school. Giving girls access to education and keeping them in school remains one of the best ways to combat the practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Senegal. Now we move to the Delegate of Sierra Leone. You may have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, as a delegate of my dear country, Sierra Leone, and as a woman representing all women from this country, I would like to raise the issue of gender inequality in education. Recent scientific data showed that only 15% of girls reach secondary school in Sierra Leone, and only 6 out of 10 aged between 15 and 24 are literate. This is due to the patriarchal culture, which is widespread and rooted there. Women, sadly, are only seen as tools to give birth and stay home without any active agency within the country. To change this, we need to raise awareness about the important role that women can play in a society, especially that they spend much more time with their kids, which constitute the future of the country. And we can start from the teachers themselves, who can contribute to rectifying the gender biases against women and who will teach the children not to have the same patriarchal ideology. And thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Your time has elapsed. Now we move to the Delegate of Sudan. Sorry. All right.
Thank you, the Honorable and dear all delegates. We are representative from Sudan. Sudan face several challenges like war, poverty, and especially in education. If we want to talk about your strategy from cultural standpoint, education is the most important things. It is main point that affect to human research. As what you know, we have many problems in education, like inadequate funding, high dropout, teacher quality. The government have act to answer this problem, like program back to school for who as were early marriage and teacher training. But data by UNESCO in our country, youth age just have 60% people that means 2 from 5 people in our country cannot write, read, and basic skill about literate. According to this problem, it is important to us to talk and discuss about education. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Sudan. We move to the Delegate of Suriname. Yeah, thank you.
Dear chairs and delegates, I am a representative from Suriname. Suriname is the small independent country on the South American continent, 163,821 kilometers. This country has a relatively small population, around 632,638 people. We bring for one issues for discussion in this forum, which is education in Suriname. According to data, 85% of Suriname children are enrolled in primary education. However, complement rates decline steadily at higher levels of education, with only 23% of the children completing upper secondary education. The serious disparity exists between the coastal and rural school and the interior. Suriname is national on the track to meet Millennium Development Goals too, but significant disparity is the terms of gender and socio-economic status in significantly.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank
Your
you.
time is elapsed. Okay. Next to the Delegate of Tajikistan, you may have the floor.
Distinguished chairs, honorable delegates, Tajikistan recognizes the vital role of youth empowerment and engagement in shaping our future. However, I would like to highlight some of the challenges we face in promoting youth development. One of our main challenges is the lack of access to quality education, particularly for girls. Another challenge is the high rate of youth unemployment, which is linked to limited job opportunities, poor education, and lack of skills training. Despite these challenges, we are committed to working with the OIC partners to promote youth development and cultural exchange. By investing in education, healthcare, and job creation, we can help our young people to realize their full potential and contribute to the development of our country and the wider OIC community. Tajikistan is committed to addressing these challenges and fostering the environment that empowers our youth and safeguards our cultural identity. We look forward to a fruitful discussion and collaborative solution.
Thank you, Delegate. Your time is elapsed. We move to the Delegate of, what is that?
Tunisia.
Tunisia, yes. You may have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honorable chairs and distinguished fellow delegate. We may have different religion, we may have different language, we may have different skin color, we may have different culture, but we all come from one human race. I would like to inform our country, Tunisia has cultural diversity, which is also known as multicultural society. Tunisia should be proud of this cultural diversity because it is characteristics and wealth of Tunisia that needs to be maintained. However, this diversity at the same time becoming a big challenge for Tunisia. Lack of cultural awareness is one of causes of intercultural problem in Tunisia. Therefore, we are as youth from member state of Islamic country need to achieve the target of goal 16, which is about peace, justice, and strong institution, that include to the sustainable development goals. Last but not least, we call all upon all states here to address these issues together. United we stand, divided we fall. I'm Rizky Amalia from Tunisia delegation. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Tunisia. We move to the next delegate, is Delegate of Turkey. You may have the floor. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone and all of the delegates. About culture and youth, in Turkey, we always fostering growth of modernization since the falling of Ottoman Empire. And we have been success of balancing cultural and modernization. So we would say that many people in the world, especially for growth, for youth generation, they are face the challenge that of balancing and keeping traditional culture and forcing modernization. So we would like to tell the resolution for this problem is that we have to make policy and maximize the education for support the youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Tajikistan. We move to the next delegate, is Delegate of Turkmenistan.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. We are from the Turkmenistan delegation, a country close to Turkey, so we hope to get full support from our representative countries present to support your country to be more advanced, and we also hope that cooperation between countries can continue. Thank you, everyone. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Delegate of Turkmenistan. We move to the Delegate of Uganda. You may have the floor. Uganda.
Yeah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. My name is Fauzul, as a delegate from Uganda. The Republic of Uganda is a country in Asia, East Africa. Uganda's president, Yoweri Museveni, is currently the head of the state and head of the government. Uganda has a diverse culture because there are many communities. Uganda also has considerable problems. The problem of poverty is a major issue in Uganda. Most of the population live below the poverty line. I hope that all countries present today can increase cooperation to resolve the problems that occur. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delegate of Uganda. We move to Delegate of Uzbekistan. No? Delegate of Yemen just finished. Yemen, you just speak before.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Merhaba, Gunaiden. Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, and esteemed audience. As the youth delegate from Uzbekistan, I stand before you today to address the pressing issue of the lack of education in my country. Education is crucial for social, economic, and political development. However, Uzbekistan faces challenges in terms of access and quality. In terms of access, there are disparities across regions, with remote areas lacking adequate infrastructure and transportation. This hinders the ability of some children to access education. Additionally, there are concerns about the quality of education, including curriculum limitation and insufficient teacher training.
Thank you, Delegate of Uzbekistan. Okay, before we start for the committee session 1, I would like to ask to the delegate of Mauritania to the roll call for your attendance. Are you present? Are you present? Yes, thank you. The delegate of Mauritania is present. And the next delegate is delegate of Maldives. Are you present? Delegate of Maldives. It seems not. So we have 43 delegates in attendance for this meeting. So we move to the committee sessions 1, which is this is the formal debate. Okay, before we start the committee sessions 1, we have a break time for 10 minutes. So delegates will be free for 10 minutes and have a break before we start the committee sessions 1. Besides, we will explain about what is committee sessions 1 and then what is the flow of the moderated caucus and unmoderated caucus until the end of the committee sessions 5, which is the last committee session. So we start the break session. So every delegate have a short break for 10 minutes. So before we start the committee sessions 1, so Alia,
Okay. So now we will suspend the meeting until the next 10 minutes. Thank you. outside.
Test. Thank you, Mr. Yunus.
And just a reminder, delegates, that you guys can go check out the ICYF booth located right outside. Thank you.
Jadi teman-teman di luar ada beserta ada brosur-brosur. Jadi bagi teman-teman yang ingin lebih tahu tentang ICYF bisa lihat di luar aula ini dan bisa berinteraksi langsung dengan Mr. Yunus. Terima kasih.
Thank you. Delegate of Comoros. Thank you. Delegate of Djibouti. Okay, thank you. Delegate of Egypt. Thank you. Delegate of Gambia. Thank you. Delegate of Guinea-Bissau. Thank you. Delegate of Guyana. Thank you. Delegate of Indonesia. Thank you. Delegate of Islamic Republic of Iran. Thank you. Delegate of the Republic of Iraq. Thank you. Delegate of the Kingdom Hashemite of Jordan. Thank you. Delegate of Kazakhstan. Thank you. Delegate of the State of Kuwait. Delegate of Lebanon. Delegate of Dawlat Libya. Okay. Delegate of Malaysia. All right. Delegate of Maldives. Malaysia present, right? Okay, thank you. Delegate of Maldives. This one. Delegate of Mauritania. Thank you. Delegate of the Kingdom of Morocco. This one. Delegate of Mozambique. Present, thank you. Delegate of Niger. Delegate of Nigeria. Right? Delegate of Oman. Right? Delegate of Pakistan. Thank you. Delegate of Dawlatil Palestine. Thank you. Delegate of Dawlatil Qatar. Thank you. Delegate of the Kingdom Saudi Arabia. Thank you. Delegate of Senegal. Delegate of Sierra Leone. Delegate of Sudan. Delegate of Suriname. Delegate of Tajikistan. Delegate of Tunisia. All right. Delegate of Turkey. All right. The delegate of Delegate of Turkmenistan. Delegate of Turkmenistan. Delegate of Uganda. Delegate of United Arab Emirates. Delegate of Uzbekistan. Tetap aja masuk. Delegate of Yemen. Thank you.
All right, delegates, now we will be moving on to the general speakers list. A little explanation. What is the difference between the speech in the last committee session and the current one? For the last committee session, we mandate all of you guys to make a speech. However, in this committee session's general speakers list, only those who raise their placards are the ones invited to speak. So if you want to make a speech, just raise your placard, okay? Jadi apa bedanya yang speech yang di committee session yang sebelumnya sama yang sekarang? Kalau yang committee session sebelumnya itu kan wajib semua negara buat speech. Tapi kalau misalnya yang di sini, yang akan speech itu yang nge-raise placardnya aja. Kalau misalnya kalian nge-raise placard, nanti kita akan tunjuk untuk bicara. Kalau enggak, ya udah. Alright, now we'll be moving on to the general speakers list. Those who wish to be added into the general speakers list, please raise your placards. Okay.
We start for general speaker list. This is not all delegate will be speaking, so I wish that some delegate will be raised placard for deliver speech, at least 2 or 3 delegates. All right? For those who want propose for GSL, general speaker list, who want to deliver speech, please raise your placard. Yes, delegate of Yemen.
Back there, is that Sudan? Yes, delegate of Sudan. And delegate of Kuwait. Sudan, Kuwait. Palestine. Yes. And Chad. And Bahrain. Yes. Bahrain. All right. We have chosen our speakers for the general speakers list. Yeah. Now we will have. Okay. Ini tolong di. And now for the general speakers list, the time that is allocated towards your speech is 90 seconds, so a bit longer than the previous speech, okay? Now we will start with the delegate of Yemen. You may have the floor.
Okay, thank you so much for this time. Now we are speak from delegation of the Republic of the Yemen. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, or OIC, recognize the importance of empowering youths within member countries to shape the future. The OIC has developed a youth strategy that aims to address the needs and aspirations of young people. The strategy focuses on priority areas such as education, employment, entrepreneurship, leadership, and social inclusion. However, it is essential to review these priority areas from a cultural standpoint to ensure their alignment with the preservation and promotion of Yemeni culture, heritage, and diversity among youth. Yemen possesses a rich and diverse culture heritage shaped by countries of history, traditions, arts, and language. Yemeni culture represents an integral part of the broader Islamic world, characterized by its unique cultural expressions, including traditional craft, music, dance, literature, and culinary traditions. Preserving and promoting Yemeni culture is essential for fostering a sense of identity strengthening. Thank you.
Your time has elapsed. Thank you. And now we move on with the delegate of Yemen. With the delegate of Sudan.
Okay, thank you, the honorable delegates and chair. Before we talk and discuss more about this topic, we must go back to the background of the OIC-CA strategy. Why? Because in 2050, it is projected the OIC will have more than 135% of the world youth in this world. So we must to maybe make a decision and make a strategy for the youth where to make a decision and go to the government decision. Because of that, we are prefer to talk about education, especially in gender disparity. In our country, in Sudan, we have 49% from girls that not facilitate in education because the government not have facilitate and
Sorry,
discrimination.
your time has elapsed. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
All right, now we will move on with the delegate of Kuwait.
Thank you, Chair. As a delegate from Kuwait, I would like to tell you about how's to be the position of young people and youth generation, because today we are going to review of the topic youth strategy, of course, to building our country, your country, our country, my country, because OIC has been constant in the Muslim majority countries, but today we see to the world that every single country that majority Muslim has a serious problem like sexual harassments, and then less food maybe, or maybe you can see the terrorisms, especially in several countries that we all knew that terrorism is still a problem in our country. But the youth involved must be concerned today.
All
Thank
right,
you.
your time has
Thank you.
elapsed. Thank you. And now we will move on with the delegate of Palestine. The delegate of Palestine, the time for you to speak is yours.
In the name of Allah, as we know, the problem in Palestine become international problem. So if anyone have a feeling he's Palestinian man, and there is too much alternative in Palestine. Palestine is not poor country, but we cannot take anything because Zionist Israel occupation of Palestine. So in OIC, what the best solution for us? What will we should do? Thanks. That's right, or what? Yeah.
Are you finished?
Yeah, already.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is the delegate of Chad.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates. This delegate aware of the problems each country has, and all of it founded in the youth strategy stated by Sierra Leone alone on the underage married and conflict areas stated by the Palestine, affecting the education system. Point model about underage marriage impacts the education, the conflict war caused by poverty and limiting the education, gender disparity on education, and many more. We as the delegate of Republic of Chad really feel the same situation towards all of the delegate problems. In this conference, we may start to discuss on the most talking topic, which is education, and we can continue talking about another topic later, as how Republic of Chad also struggle in empowering the youth through the education. Thank you. The delegate would like to yield the rest of the time back to the chairs.
All right, thank you. And next up is the delegate of Bahrain. Time to speak is yours.
Check. All right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hereby I would like to, as the delegate of Bahrain, would like to speak about the connectivity between OIC, and hereby we, as part of the Bahrain and part of the OIC, we are really hoping that OIC can be more relevant and can able to implement and impose and able to practically apply their resolutions, not only through symposiums, not only through events or aids, but we hope that OIC able to influence the government through their policy, able to at least give an urge to each government to give a proper and practical based solution. And at the end, for example, like Bahrain, we've already done lots of practical solutions, for example, giving free educations, giving free health services. And I hope by our ability and the others, I believe each of these nations and OIC members have their own ability, we can work together to cooperate in a better OIC. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Now the general speakers list time has elapsed. Now we'll be moving on to points and motion, where you guys can propose a moderated caucus or an unmoderated caucus. Okay. Now we'll be moving on to the points and motions. Now, delegates wish to raise a motion to talk about a certain topic. Please raise your placard. Delegate of Chad. We'll entertain the motion by delegate of Chad first, and then the motions by other delegate. So, jadi kita akan tampung dulu ya mosinya semuanya. Okay, delegate of Chad, please state your motion.
Okay, this delegate of Chad, as what we said before on the GSL speaker list, we are aware about the topic of education, which we may start first to talking on this conference. The delegate of Chad would like to raise a motion about what is the root causes of lack of education in OIC member states.
What is the root of states?
In moderated caucus for total speaking time 15 minutes. And
The root of the root. In OIC. For 15 to how many?
for 15 to 1.5.
Okay, so enggak 1.5, jadi 15 to. Okay, so we'll have that motion first.
Thank you.
Lu tulis ya. Okay, now we'll have a second motion. Delegate of Bahrain. Tadi you raised your placard, right? Yeah, what is your motion? Bentar lo. Okay, let me note that first.
Delegate of Bahrain, could you like to simplify the motions, please? So the chair will be more clearly to get the point.
Okay, so we propose about health service accessibility for each member state. Health.
health service accessibility. Yeah.
All right. The third motion. The third motion comes from the delegate of Guyana. 20. 20. Delegate of Guyana, can you please state your motion? Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Since we are discussing today about reviewing the OIC youth strategy from a cultural standpoint, I have a first motion that I would like to raise. Guyana strongly encouraged the OIC to facilitate cultural exchange programs, youth initiative and collaborative projects that promote cultural diversity.
Instructions delegate. This is not about talking about statement, but this is about what is the motions or the subtopic that you would like to propose. So every delegate would be discussed together after that, after the voting sessions. So what is the motion that you want to propose? So every delegate will be discussed together by deliver speech.
I don't get it well. Maybe I'm getting it wrong.
Hello. So it is like the main topic of your speech. From what I gather from your statement, you want to talk about cultural exchange. Is that correct?
Yes, basically it's about education.
Yes. So if we may, can we rephrase your motion to facilitating cultural exchanges between OIC states?
Exactly.
Yes, thank you. And that is how you propose a motion. So that is basically the main idea, and that is quite general. It doesn't go towards a certain country, so that all the delegates here can talk about it together.
Thank you.
Thank you. Itu aja. But there's an additional that you need to propose a speaking time for each delegate. Like for example, the delegate of Bahrain said 20 minutes total motion time to 2 minutes speaking time. How long do you want your motion to be?
So 20 durations like 10 minutes, 20 minutes, it's about the whole of the durations of the topic that you will discuss, that some delegates will be proposed. And the speaking times means that how many delegates will be deliver speech and discuss the motion that proposed by the delegate. For example, like delegate of Jordan would like to propose about the background of the educations. That's the motions. And the duration is about 10 minutes with the speaking time 10 minutes. Speaking time 1 minute. 1 minute means like each countries, each delegate that will agree with the motions that proposed by the delegate of Jordan will be speaking maximum 1 minute. Clear? Do you understand, guys? Hopefully you are understand.
Okay. Okay. So Guyana, what is your total speaking time for the motion and how many speaker?
20 minutes will be enough and 2 minutes per speaker.
20 minutes to 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Oh. Now we have 3 motions, and we will vote on them one by one. So there are 3 motions. One is about health services, second is about facilitating cultural exchange, and the third one is about the root of the lack of education in OIC states. Now, I'm not in control of this. So when I say delegates who wish to vote upon the motion about health services, if you want to discuss this motion, if you want to see this motion being discussed, you can raise your placard. Note that if you vote on a motion does not mean that you have to make a speech for it. So just vote yes or no. Okay? It goes the same for all 3 motions.
The committee, please could you share screen so the delegate will be see the motion that proposed by each delegate. Teman-teman komite bisa nggak di-share screen? Agar teman-teman bisa membaca mosi apa yang akan dibahas. Please committee, tim Humas dari Humas Media.
Oke, jadi di sini share screen-nya udah kelihatan ya. So now we're going to vote on. Oke, tadi aku mau jelasin penjelasannya dalam bahasa Indonesia dulu. Jadi kalau misalnya ini kan ada 3 mosi nih dari atas ke bawah. If I say kayak if you want to vote on a certain motion, tolong angkat plakarnya. Kalian wajib voting yes atau no gitu. Karena ini bukan untuk speech ya, tapi ini untuk voting motion. Jadi kalian wajib mengangkat plakat kalian. Kalian nggak boleh golput. Dah.
There are 3 motions that proposed by the delegate of Bahrain, Guyana, and Chad. So all delegates must be voting all the motions which is that will be discussed and which is will be passes. Passes mean like official to be discussed with all the delegates. Clear? Okay, let's continue for the voting session for the first motions that proposed by delegate of Chad. Delegate of Chad is proposed motions about what is the road of the lack of educations among OIC states. I repeat, the delegate of Chad just proposed motions about what is the root of the lack of educations among OIC state. Clear? It's time to voting. For those who are in favor with the delegate of Chad motions, please raise your placard. Agree. Minimum berapa? Okay. This motion passes. Passes mean we will discuss about the root of the lack of educations among OIC state proposed by delegate of Chad. Okay, I would like to ask the delegate of Chad, would you like to speak first or last? Last. All right, thank you. All right, it's time to giving the opportunity for the other delegate. For those who want to speak regarding this topic, please raise your placard. For those who want to speak about this topic, please raise your placard. Yes, delegate of Tajikistan.
Okay, so 15 minutes to 1.5 minutes of speech. We will be having 10 speakers in this motion. So Chad is already one speaker slot. And so now we are inviting 9 more delegates to speak in this motion. Okay, now delegates who wish to be added to the speakers list, please raise your placards. Delegate of Turkey, delegate of Tajikistan, delegate of Guyana, sorry, delegate of Bahrain. Yeah, okay. Any more speakers? Please raise your placard. Delegate of Sudan. Delegate of Yemen. We'll have 3 more speakers. Please raise your placards. Of Egypt. Delegate of Iraq. And Tunisia. Okay. We'll now be inviting the delegate of Tajikistan to speak. The floor is yours.
How many minutes?
1.5, which is 90 seconds.
Okay.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairs. And I'd like to appreciate the delegates from Chad for this beautiful motion. I think education is one of the key aspects of our individual nations that we cannot underestimate, because ignorance cannot be attributed to anything else. And so education should be the core aspect of each and every nation. And so I deem it fit to say that a few of the root causes of lack of education in our countries, not just Chad alone, can be attributed to one of the following socioeconomic factors. Economic challenges such as poverty, limited resources, and unequal distribution of wealth often hinder educational opportunities. In many OIC states, a significant portion of the population lives in poverty, making it difficult for families to afford education-related expenses like school fees, books, uniforms, and transportation. Another is infrastructure and access. Inadequate infrastructure, including a lack of classrooms, schools, and educational materials, is a significant barrier to the education in some OIC countries. Remote and rural areas often face the brunt of this issue, where schools may be inaccessible or poorly equipped. Insufficient transportation infrastructure can also prevent students from attending school regularly. Another is gender inequality, conflict and instability, cultural and traditional practices, and so on and so forth. Now, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Your time has elapsed. And now we will move on with the delegate of Turkey. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for the delegation of Chad. And in response for Chad, we in Turkey would say that we want to give the education to the youth and maximize the curriculum so that the youth can understand. Because why? Now we are in a modernization area, but we still lack of education. And many people, like youth, still do not understand how important to do it. So that we purpose that the country should have make the policy for good education, and then that will make the education better. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now we'll have the delegate of Guyana.
Thank you. First, I thank the delegate from Chad to have raised this important issue that is really critical in our respective countries. To provide answer to this, I will raise two main issues. The first one is the lack of infrastructure. So on this sense, I completely agree with the point of the delegate from Tajikistan, because in some of our countries, because of a lack of resources, the school facilities are really far away from villages, and children, sometimes they are supposed to walk from kilometers before they reach the closest school. But the second factor, and not the least, is the cultural aspect. And I believe that we really have to look at it, since in most of our countries, usually women, they are supposed to go to marriage early and they skip from school because of that. So basically we have to educate our families such a way that they will promote gender equity in terms of education. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Guyana. Next up is the Delegate of Bahrain. The floor is yours. Delegate, will it be okay for you to stand up? Thank you.
Okay, so as the delegate of Bahrain, we here to create the better world. Education is one of the most essential branch. Furthermore, every country put education as part of its priority, including us. Bahrain, indicated by Bahrain, is already having 95.3% females and 85.8% males being educated. We have become one of the top ranked countries in the Gulf in educations. Proportion of primary school enrollment rate of over 98%. We also has accommodated Bahrain's education for free, compulsory and funded by the government. With the success of Bahrain, we are here to lend our hands for other members of OIC that are willing to push their education's branch into a higher quality and quantity, finding solutions from the disadvantaged through further dialogues and discussions within unmoderated caucus. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the Delegate of Sudan. The floor is yours.
Okay, if you want to talk about factor in as a delegation from Sudan, if you want to talk about factor in education, there is a several factor like war and conflict, the gender disparity, and many factor. But in this discussion, we want to talk about two most important in root of in education. The first one factor is about infrastructure. As we know, from my country, Sudan, we have a civil war that destroy many schools of girls that have facilitate in education. It is mean that the good law is not always bring to good facilitate in education. There is a discrimination between women and the others. Yeah, maybe just all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Your time has elapsed. Before we continue to the next speaker, we'd like to remind you that in MUN, my apologies. In Model OIC, we use third-person pronouns, meaning that you cannot use I or your name, but we use we or our country name. For example, we say, according to our data, or according to the delegate of Indonesia's data, we say it like that. All right, now moving on. Next is the delegate of Yemen.
Okay, thank you so much for this time. I'm very agree. We will to talk about the motion from the Republic of Chad about the lack of education and growth about the lack education. We are from the Republic of Yemen is very agree about the statement from the Guyana and Tajikistan about the investment of educational infrastructure in education infrastructure, and we know that in our OIC members, OIC member have a basic problem. It's a lack of education. Many in African or in Asia maybe, and important about that is educational infrastructure and the inclusive about education programs. Make scholarship with, we know that in OIC member we have a developing country like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and many Middle East is a royal country, and we will be make a scholarship with student in African and others country. And the important things about the quality of teacher, also a quality of teacher training in this country. And we would like to talk about just also in the curriculum of development in this country. And by implementing the solution, we can work towards together. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Now, next up is the delegate of Egypt. Okay, the time and place is yours.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as the delegate of the member of the OIC, we recognize the significance of empowering its youth. According to the CAPMAS, around 50% of youth that live in Egypt is living in poverty, which is about 20 million youth with a bad living condition. One of the main reasons that is in Egypt, the quality of education has been a major challenge, which prevents youth potential into contributing society in the long term. The main problems that are preventing youth Egyptians into getting the deserved education. First, many schools have poor infrastructure with around 1 in 5 schools buildings unfit for use. Lacking functional water and sanitation facilities, also the high tuition for private schools. Second is that more than half of the students in Egypt do not even meet the low benchmark in international learning assessment. According to the survey of young people in Egypt, 40.4% of students report teachers only want students to only memorize the materials that they're learning. Egypt knows the importance of youth education, but the disruptive shock generated by COVID-19 that I'm sure most of the countries have dealt with, the pandemic already affected most of the population of Egypt, producing a great deal of anxiety, reflection, and reaction. Not only Egypt, but also other sectors in OIC countries. Economies already experiencing slowdown as a result of pandemic that might prevent from the government into increasing the quality of education. With this, we will ask other countries that are dealing with the same thing to discuss the solution that will bring future to other countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the delegate of Iraq.
Check. Okay, thank you for the chance. So I want to say thank you to Chat because Chat has raised this great motion, and we agree that we need to pay attention more for the education, the lack education in our member state, because we know as we in our country in Iraq, the big problem from our country, the conservative culture. We think that this is the effect of the lack of education, because conservative culture didn't allow the women to access the education, and they believe that women just in domestic location. So we think we need to raise this very well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, delegate. Next up is the delegate of Tunisia.
Okay. I would like to say thank you for Delegate of Chad for raising this motion. Here are some reasons why a country can lack of education, especially in Tunisia. It's because insufficient facilities and infrastructure, such as the lack of physical facilities and educational facilities that are not evenly distributed. The low quality of teaching staff, also poor education curriculum, lack of educational opportunities, such as educational opportunities that are still limited to elementary school level. Limited number of skilled teachers. Therefore, to overcome the problem of education shortage, appropriate policies and strategies are needed to equalize education, improve the quality of teachers, improve the quality of facilities and infrastructure in each school or university, and improve the education curriculum according to the needs of the time that change every time, so that education among OIC countries is not left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have the last speaker for this motion, which is the delegate of Chad.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates. And also thank you for all of the delegates that want to volunteering themselves to speak in this motion. About the root causes, this delegate of Chad fills the gap on each member state of OIC, makes it hard to promote the empowerment and equality if roles of youth is being limited. And I think all of the country are agree with that. Human resource and infrastructure gap that has been stated by Tajikistan is a real thing in most OIC member states. The delegate of Chad consider what the delegate Sherilyn has been said before regarding the culture of patriarchy that is still exists, which is the main causes of disparity on education towards women in society. Other than that, what the delegate of Palestine been said about war conflict from the external causes that is relating to the same causes with Chadian that getting terror from the Boko Haram group. So the delegate of Chad would like to propose a motion, propose a solution. It is necessary to put into account that every country member states in OIC have to take serious to ratify the program that made in the conference on OIC. Also, it is necessary to recognize the IGOs and NGOs in sub-regional each country has. Because from those actors, we can get the funding and the country capacity can be built. But then we may need to discuss more on social causes that we have said before about the conflict, the war, and about the society like the patriarchy things. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, delegate. Okay, and now we are looking for more points and motions. You guys might be asking, we have 3 motions earlier. Why don't we talk about the second? Why don't we talk about the motions that have not, that were not voted on? Basically, when one motion passes, the other motions is we don't talk about that until we propose it again. Jadi kenapa mungkin ada yang nanya kayak, kan tadi kan kita ada 2 mosi lagi tuh, kenapa kita nggak ngomongin itu aja? Simply karena abis kita voting yang mosi ini tuh, kita jump ke babak baru istilahnya, jadi dianggap nggak ada mosi gitu, sampai ada yang ngajuin. Jadi misalnya nih kalian mengajukan mosi, terus mosi kalian tuh nggak di vote gitu kayak tadi mosinya Bahrain atau Guyana. Kalian bisa propose it lagi. Like for example, you guys have a motion that have not been voted on, and you still want to see it being discussed, you guys can propose it again. Is that understandable? Okay, now we are moving on. All right, same procedure as the previous one. Those who wish to raise a motion, please raise your placard. Delegate of Azerbaijan. What is your motion?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. We would like to raise emotions about a protection, education, protection, education from war and conflicts. Thank you very much.
What is your duration, the total time, and the speaking time? Okay, so 10-minute total time with 1 minute speaking time. Okay, next is the delegate of Pakistan.
Thank you very much, Chair. In solidarity and oneness with the delegates from Chad, I would like, since we've discussed the root causes of lack of education in OIC member countries, I would like to raise a motion to discuss the effective ways to manage and curb the lack of education in member states. It's not just enough for us to discuss the causes. I'd like us to discuss the motion on how we can curb the root causes.
Delegate, please simplify your motions so the chair will be right clearly.
I would like to raise a motion to discuss the ways to effectively curb the effect or the lack of education in member countries.
The ways to curb the
To ways to curb the lack of education. How can we stop this lack of education? How can we promote education in member countries?
Okay.
And I suggest that we discuss for 20 minutes to 2 minutes for each delegate.
What is the duration?
20 minutes to 2 minutes.
20 minutes to 2 minutes.
Yes.
All right, now we're looking at one last motion proposer. Delegate of Comoros.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity. We as the delegate of Comoros would like to propose a motion about the gender disparity, specifically in education aspect, with total time 20 minutes. Thank
Sorry,
you, Chair.
Sorry, delegate, can you rephrase your motion?
Gender disparity, specifically in education.
So, gender disparity in education.
Yes.
What is your duration? 20 minutes to 2 minutes. Speaking time? How long do you want your speech to be? 2 minutes.
It's 20 minutes. Speaking time for
All right, delegates. Now we will be voting on. Now we will be moving on to vote upon Azerbaijan's motion on protection of education during war and conflict. Delegates who wish to see this motion discussed, please raise your placard. Note that everyone should take a vote in this. Should. Okay. Delegates who vote yes to discuss about protection of education during war and conflict. Okay, this motion fails. We are moving on to voting for the second motion, which Tajikistan's motion on solutions to curb the lack of education. Please raise your placard if you want to see this being discussed. Delegates?
For those who are in favor or agree with the motions by Tajikistan about solutions to curb the lack of education, please raise your placard. For those who are in agree with Tajikistan's motions, these motions fail.
Okay, now we are moving on to vote for the last motion, which is Comoros' motion on the gender disparity in education. For those who agree on voting on this motion, please raise your placard. All right, this motion passes. Okay, Delegate of Comoros, would you like to speak first or last? First. Okay. Yeah. Now we have chat, sorry. 20 minutes to 2 minutes means there are 10 speakers in this list. Comoros already has 1 slot, so now we are looking at 9 more speakers. Delegates who wish to speak after the delegate of Comoros, please raise your placard. Turkey? Delegate of Bahrain? Oh, delegate of Azerbaijan? Delegate of Cameroon? Saudi Arabia? Delegate of Guyana? Delegate of Yemen? Delegate of Egypt? We'll have 2 more speakers. So, delegate of Benin and the delegate of Bangladesh. All right. Now, delegate of Comoros, the time and place is yours.
Okay, first of all, we want to say thank you for all of the country that stand with us to raise this important issue. This urgency of this motion from gender disparity, specifically in education, which is caused by the old traditional social norms, lead to child marriage, so the girls cannot continue their education. There are still many girls married before they are 18 years old in order to avoid inequality in the world of education. Gender equality in social life needs to be maintained. That is all from us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, delegate of Comoros. Delegate of Turkey, the time and place is yours.
Okay, thank you for the Comoros for having this motion. So, we in Turkey would like say that we agree to this motion because the gender disparities can be available just because the lack of policy from the government. So we know that when we want to fix something, some problem, we have to force the government to make a better thing, a better policy for this gender disparity, and we can make a curriculum for the gender disparity so that people know that what's the importance of having gender equality in every aspect of life. Because nowadays we face the patriarchal society where is a woman doesn't consider as important, so that we have to make it on the curriculum, and the government should make a policy about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the delegate of Azerbaijan.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. One of the general problem among OIC member states are the imbalanced quantity between male and female on educational field that caused by some factors such as the stereotype that women shouldn't get higher education. We encourage OIC member states to empower youth, especially women, so they can participate more in education realm. Azerbaijan has been doing some way to achieve gender equality in academic field. The latest policy that we apply to achieve what have mandated in the previous policy is by introducing the curriculum of gender in faculties of universities in Azerbaijan to bring the awareness of the importance of quantity in academic realm. So the question is, how can we solve the inequality between male and female in academic field? We are offering a program called Women-Based Curriculum Studies. This curriculum has a purpose to eliminate the stigma that believes women should never get the chance to go to school. And this program is proposed to create a balanced quantity of women and men in field education. This curriculum can be applied starting from the first level of education to university with, of course, customizing the material that suits each degree. The OIC also can help with creation of modules with the help of many expert scholars related. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the delegate of Cameroon.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. According to the UNESCO data, in 2019, the net enrollment rate for girls' primary school in Cameroon was 83.5%, compared to 92.4% for boys. For secondary school, the net enrollment rate for girls was 33.5% compared to 42.1% for boys. Our country has implemented a range of politics and programs in promoting gender equality within the education system. These efforts include elimination of gender stereotypes in the classroom, promotion of girls' education in rural areas, and provide financial support to families in hope to offset the cost of schooling. Non-governmental organizations and civil society groups have played a critical role in advancing gender equality in education, working to raise awareness to the importance of girls' education by supporting programs that promote access to these marginalized groups. So the resolution from our country is to eliminate barriers that prevent girls from accessing and completing their education, providing safe and inclusive learning environments, promoting gender-sensitive teaching practice, and implementing initiatives to address cultural and social norms that limit girls' education opportunities are essential step towards achieving gender equality in education. By strengthening, thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next is the delegate of Saudi Arabia.
All right, thank you. We would like to talk about gender disparity, where remain a prominent issue with considerable gaps in education opportunities and outcomes. Prevailing cultural norms such as the need for male guardianship may limit female autonomy, mobility, and education opportunities. Gender stereotypes and biases can shape career choices, discouraging women for pursuing certain fields of study. Women in our country face substantial barriers to accessing education, including limited opportunities and society retraction. Despite improvement, difference in the quality of education persists, affecting both genders. These factors contribute to disparities in academic achievement and hinder the development of critical skills needed for employment and social mobility. Thanks.
Thank you, delegate. Now is the delegate of Guyana.
Thank you. We already expressed the viewpoint of Guyana about the root causes of the gender inequity in terms of education. Now we want to provide two suggestions for that issue. The first one is about sensitization. I think that Guyana believes that if all our countries apply massive media campaign in order to sensitize the entire population about the fact that a woman is not only good for the kitchen or for house chores, but she can also provide good output for the society. Taking the example of famous women like Marie Curie in France, who was the only person in this planet, even Albert Einstein didn't make that achievement, to have 2 Nobel Prize in science, in physics and in chemistry. So parents will see that if they send their children to school, she can achieve great achievement. And the second point is about the organization OIC itself. In the UN, for example, for same competency, they will choose a woman to promote women achieving decision position in the professional aspect. So if OIC also apply this, I think it will be a great achievement to promote gender equity in terms of education. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up is the delegate of Yemen.
Okay, thank you so much for this motion about the gender disparity. And we are very agree. I like it statement from my friends in Republic of Turkey about the gender sensitive curriculum and teaching, because the concern in here is from education, right? But how about the apply the curriculum and teaching about the gender equality? First is an integrated gender equality perspective into the curriculum to challenge stereotypes, promote gender equality, and foster inclusive learning about the environments. And the second solution about this is provide a gender responsive teacher training and professional development work programs to equip educators with the knowledge and the skills to address gender disparities in the classroom. And by adopting this motion, we can work towards achieving gender equality in education and creating inclusive learning environments within our OIC member countries. Let us commit to providing equal opportunities and empowering all genders in their pursuit of quality of education in OIC members country. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is the delegate of Egypt.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to add on from the delegate of Yemen who mentioned about the equality in education, but I would also add on that it's not only promoting gender equality, but also equity. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to promoting gender equality, it is essential to emphasize the importance of gender equity in education for our youth. While gender equality focuses on ensuring equal opportunities for all genders, gender equity goes a step further by addressing the specific needs and challenges faced by the different genders to achieve fair and just outcomes. So a good example of this in Egypt is actually before the revolution in 90s, education wasn't equal. I think this is also most of the case with other OIC the other countries, where there were social statuses where people are allowed to get studies, where there's only a certain people who are in the social status are allowed to get studies, and this was also the case when females weren't allowed to get studies, and this is why we believe that equity is actually one of the most important things, because women and female were a bit late when it comes to education back in the day, especially for the case of Egypt, where the country itself had to deal with the gender disparity that was happening in the 1950s before the revolution. And this is why we rest our case that gender equity and equality is what we want in this. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Delegate of Benin.
Okay, thank you. We want to say addressing these cultural factors requires a concerted effort to promote gender equality in education and to challenge cultural beliefs that limit girls' access to education. So we hope that we can discuss more about the situation for these causes together, especially in UMC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is the delegate of Bangladesh.
Okay, thank you for opportunity. I agree with the motion from Comoros. In several OIC members countries, there are challenges in achieving full gender equality. Some of the issues that are still being faced include tension in education between men and women, violence in the workplace, gender-based violence, child marriage, and violence against women's freedom in various aspects of life. It is important to recognize that gender diversity in OIC countries involves a complex framework involving social, cultural, religious, and political factors. Increasing recognition requires a comprehensive and inclusive approach involving civil society, women's organizations, and community leaders in effort to achieve positive change. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Now this motion time has elapsed. And before we move on to motions, the chairs recognize that there's a need to draft a draft resolution before this whole model OIC session ends. Therefore, right now, under the chair's discretion, we will be opening a motion of an unmoderated caucus, so you guys can lobby and negotiate or ask other delegates regarding their solutions. So we can start having the brainstorming session for the draft resolution.
So before we start the unmoderated caucus, I would like to request some delegate to propose a motion for propose an unmoderated caucus or informal sessions. So it will be start. So please lower your placard first. Now I would like to for those who want to propose motions, please raise your placard. All right. The delegate of Chad.
This delegate of Republic of Chad would like to propose a motion on murdered caucus for total of time 20 minutes. Is that in order?
Yes. So delegate of Chad just proposed a motions for open the informal sessions or unmoderated caucus for 20 minutes. So, for those who are in favor or agree with these motions, please raise your hands. Placard, sorry. For those who are in agree with these motions, please raise your placard. Please lower your placard first. I would like to explain first. So, the delegate of Chad just proposed motions for open the unmoderated caucus or informal sessions for 20 minutes. So I hope all delegates are in favor or agree with these motions so we can start the unmoderated caucus. Clear? All right. Okay. For those who are in favor or agree with these motions to opening unmoderated caucus proposed by delegate of Chad, please raise your placard. Raise your placard, please. Teman-teman nggak mau pakai sesi formal kah? Sesi formal nanti bebas tuh bisa keluar. Informal, sorry. So informal session, you will be free to negotiate with the other delegates and go out direct. Okay. First, for those who are in favor or agree with the delegate of Chad motions about unmoderated caucus for 20 minutes, please raise your placard. All right, this motion is passes. So before we start the unmoderated caucus, I would like to explain the unmoderated caucus or informal sessions or unmoderated caucus. So you can lobbying, negotiate with the other delegates and giving some your position, your solutions and talking each other directly. And you can freely, not only here, you can go outside or whatever you want to go. So I hope you can use this unmoderated caucus to talking about more specific solution for this issue. All right? Do you understand, everyone? All right. Let's continue the unmoderated caucus before we start. 20 minutes. The unmoderated caucus is start from now. Instruction delegate. Um, I forgot to inform you that if you go anywhere, please bring your placard so the chair will be recognize you. Jadi teman-teman delegate selama kalian melobi atau menegosiasi silahkan bawakan ininya, kartunya, apa plakatnya agar bisa diidentifikasi. Thank you.
Consider
Besok juga ada lagi. Besok atau hari slide. Hari itu aja sampai dapat Libya. Ah. Buat seleksi, buat kita seleksi aja kita based on profile language. Harus diberi juga sih gampang apa yang diberi kita tes. Dua alasannya konflik dan karena kayak kamu mau memakai bahasa apa yang kamu kuasai itu apa ya gara-gara kita setelah keberangkatan kemarin datang kemarin ya baru datang di kemarin ya hari apa sedangkan dia pengen lihat tuh pokoknya giras jadi kayak dia tuh pengen apa nah kalau bisa dikit ke dubes ya dubes itu baru datang di kemarin dan kita ke mana kemarin oh ya berarti kali dia itu baru datang hari ini gimana iya harusnya hari pertama oh data ya apa ini oh ya
Naik, naik, naik. Nanti kita bareng-bareng, kita ada template, nanti kita bareng-bareng ya. Jadi nggak maksudnya negosiasi dulu pembentukan, apa, pembentukan ini dulu, pembahasan. Biar maksudnya bulat dulu suaranya. Nanti kan setelah ini istirahat. Setelah istirahat baru kita lanjut. Oke?
Delegates, please take your seat. Okay.
Wait, delegate, wait, sorry, my apologies. For those who want to extend the unmoderated caucus, please raise your placard. Okay, I take delegate of Brunei. For how many long time for this? 10 minutes. All right. For those who are in favor, for the extension of Brunei Darussalam for unmoderated caucus, please raise your placard. Okay, this motion passes, so you can continue your negotiation. 10 menit lagi. We're about to be. Kamu ngomong dulu. Ini udah diketok belum? All right. How was feeling after the unmoderated caucus? Are you enjoying the moment? Hopefully you enjoyed the moment because this is your first time and some of the people here just joined the Model OIC or Model United Nations for several times. It's okay, just enjoy the moment. All right. Committee for Homas, please share the screen, please. Share screen. Right, thank you. Now, because the time is almost prayer time before we take a break, so we still have 30 minutes for one more motions. After that, we take a break. So now, for those who want to propose motions, please raise your placard. For those who want to raise motions. Yes, Tunisia. Yes. Tunisia, your motion.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, the delegate of Tunisia would like to propose a motion about cultural is important for the youth.
Sorry, can you simplify the motions, please, so the chair will be
Okay.
recognize it.
Sorry.
Clear.
Cultural is important for the youth.
Delegate, would it be okay for the motion to be rephrased into the importance of traditions and cultures to the youth?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, delegate. For how many time and speaking time?
For each member state, we total speaking time 20 minutes with each speaking time 2 minutes.
20 minutes with speaking time 2 minutes, right?
Yes.
All right. Okay, 2 more motions. For those who want to propose motions, please raise your placard. Yes, Saudi Arabia.
Okay, thank you. The delegate of Saudi Arabia would like to propose a motion about underage marriage. Impact of underage marriage in OIC countries.
So the delegate of Saudi Arabia just proposed motions regarding the impact of underage marriage among the OIC states.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
For how many time and speaking time, delegate? 20 minutes?
20 minutes and with each speaking that 2 minutes.
Okay.
We total time 20 minutes with each speaking time 2 minutes.
2 minutes speaking time and 20 minutes for the durations of the motions. Right. One more motions for those who want to propose a motion. Yes, delegate of Gambia.
We are the delegate of Gambia want to propose a motion about youth employment problem from a cultural perspective.
Sorry?
Sorry, did you say youth employment problems?
Yes.
Only youth employment problems?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
From cultural perspective.
For how many time, delegate?
2 minutes speaking time and total 20.
20 minutes with 20 minutes with 2 minutes speaking time, right? All right, thank you. Now it's time for voting. Now we start from the Tunisia's motions about the importance of culture and tradition to the youth. For those who are agree with the delegate of Tunisia's motions, please raise your placard. Regarding importance of culture and tradition to the youth. All right, these motions fail. Next delegate is for those who are in favor or agree from the delegate of Saudi Arabia's motions regarding impact of the underage marriage among OIC states. Please raise your placard. Okay, this motions passes. All right, Saudi Arabia would like to speak in first or? Thank you. Now, we still have 9 speakers. For those who delegate who want to deliver speech, please raise your placard. Yes, Guyana. Guyana. Next, Guyana. No, I mean this is voting. Bahrain. Who else? Once again, who want to deliver a speech, please raise your placard before chair will be chosen randomly. See none, so yes, Gambia. Sudan, are you? Are you raised the placard? Sudan. Okay, Sudan. Okay, who else? Delegate of Comoros of Chad. Delegate of Yemen. Delegate of Tajikistan. Delegate of Jordan. Delegate of Suriname. So enough. We have 10 delegates here who will deliver speech regarding the impact of the underage marriage among OIC states, proposed by the delegate of Saudi Arabia. Now we would like to welcoming the delegate of Guyana as this first speaker. Delegate of Guyana, you may have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity once more. In terms of early age marriage for girls in our respective member state countries, I think we have to look at the root causes of the problem. Usually, the root causes of the problem are cultural, because in the society, there is no model for young girls or for families to emphasize the way that to encourage them sending girls to school, because they will think that if I send my girl to school, what next? She will just come back and doing nothing. So our member state country have to encourage and to build women leaders to be models of young girls among the countries, so that they will know that if they go to school and they graduate, they will be able to reach high-level position and change the life of their family. Because when a woman is not educated, at the end of the day, she finds herself seated at home and she's not well-minded, and she's responsible for the education of children, and someone who's not educated and responsible for education of children, we know the catastrophe where we are going. So it is very urgent to look into this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Guyana. Next delegate is Delegate of Bahrain. You may have the floor. Thank you. Delegate of Bahrain.
Honorable Chairs and delegates, children are our main asset to build, to develop, and the successor for the future in every country, not only for OIC members, but also for every country in the world. So meanwhile, child marriage is something that is not exclusively foreign for Bahrain, but also for other Islamic countries that is based on Sharia law. Unfortunately, we tend to get approach from Westerns that is quite unrelatable for the Sharia law. So we believe that by having solution from Islamic stances, from Islamic perspective, in order to protect child rights, it's better by giving that there are more mudarat than the maslahat that existed in child marriages. Since by the impact of the child marriage itself is tend to go to something that is materialistic, that even some parents tend to exchange their morality in order to something that is materialistic. So I believe that is given back to the chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Bahrain. Next to the speaker, Delegate of Sudan.
Okay, thank you. We from representative of Sudan, we have many problems about this, about underage marriage, and we must have to same perspective about this. The underage marriage is who are below the age of 18, and the impact in Sudan is about health risks, limited education, increased poverty, and psychological impact, because they are too young to have a big responsibility when someone marriage, and because of that we have the government have the act to the program named Back to School. We call who have unlimited education because drop out underage marriage, and maybe we can fix this with that. Okay, maybe thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Sudan. Next to speak is Delegate of Comoros. Delegate of Comoros, time is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity. As Comoros, we agree that high rates of underage marriage can cause a decline of education level on those country, and of course also will cause a structural poverty. So one of the solution that we can give is be to establishing a women's empowerment institution to empower and educate women. When women are living safe, fulfilled, and productive lives, they can reach their full potential. So it will decrease high rates of underage marriage. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next to speak is Delegate of Chad. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the recognition, Chair and distinguished delegates. The impact of underage marriage is clearly seen in most of OIC member states. This delegate of Chad also posing the same problems that the rate of underage marriage is highly above 50%. Considering the age of young age, 15 to 18 is not a good age to get married, especially caused by force of family, the patriarchy, and the woman exploitation. And the after impact of underage marriage is increasing the law education, which is opposed to the career woman. Chad proposed the solution on law of controlled birth and minimum age of marriage, taking the OIC to encouraging the member states to improve their SDG 0.4 and SDG 0.5 into account for making the equality towards gender in education. The solution, it is necessary to put many aspects such as number one is prevention on early marriage with the better education towards men on the controlled birth program that can prevent the young age pregnancy and forced marriage. Number two is putting up easier career program to girls. This also could help the increasing of youth girl employment sector. And number three is collaborate with AGEE, which is stand for Accountability for Gender Equality in Education, that has been work innovative in some countries like United Kingdom. Thank you. We would like to yield the rest of the time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate of Chad. Next to speak is Delegate of Yemen. You may have the floor.
Okay, thank you so much for this time. Ladies and gentlemen, now we talk about the motion about the early marriage in OIC members country. We know that in Indonesia, we have the program is from BKKBN Nasional, it's a keluarga berencana or preparing a family, you know. The program must be make a regulation about the age to marriage for the family in Indonesia to 21 for women and 25 for men. And I think it's very useful for the family preparing about our agenda. And I think that wait a minute, okay. I think we recognize the harmful impact of this practice on individual and societies and emphasize the need for immediate action. My solution is first is about legal reforms and enforcement. First is strengthen legislation to raise the legal age of marriage. I say that. And the second solution is ensure effective enforcement of laws and penalties against those involved in child and forced marriage. I think by adopting this, we commit to protecting the rights and well-being of young individuals and creating societies that prioritize education, empowerment, and gender equality. Let us unite to put an end to early marriage in OIC member country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Delegate of Yemen. Now we move to speaking time to the Delegate of Tajikistan. You may have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. The impacts of early child marriage or early marriage or child marriage can be numerous. Like my co-delegates have stated out, they could be impact on education, on health, on social development, and so on. I would like to state that in resolving these impacts, the member states can focus on the implementation and enforcing of laws that mandate free and compulsory education for children. It might not be slated or easily implemented in all countries, but then putting value on the importance of education can limit the impact of child marriage, because it gets the children an opportunity to get themselves busy with activities that make them better individuals in the future. And so they are occupied not thinking about when to get married or how to get married and how to go about everything that life has to offer at a young age. Another is there should be prioritizing of comprehensive sexual and reproductive health education, including information on family planning and access to healthcare services. They should also work on improving healthcare infrastructure and ensure that young girls have access to quality healthcare facilities. And the last is there should be promotion of gender equality and equity, and to also empower young girls through initiatives that provide them with opportunities for social engagement, skill development, and leadership training. Also encouraging the community to support the systems and raising awareness about the negative consequences of early marriages can also be beneficial. Finally, the impact of underage marriage on the development of youth in OIC member states are far-reaching and predominantly negative. Resolving this issue requires a multifaceted approach that involves the legal reforms, access to education and healthcare, social development, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Tajikistan. Now we move to the Delegate of Jordan. Jordan, you have the floor.
Okay. Early marriage is a complex issue that requires comprehensive effort from various sectors, including education, government, civil society, and families. By involving all relevant parties, it is hoped that early marriage can be reduced and young women in Jordan can have better access education, economic opportunities, and overall well-being. Early marriage rate, despite the decline in early marriage rate in Jordan, this practice still occurs. According to UN data, in 2017, about 13% of girls in Jordan were married before the age of 18. Countermeasures, the government of Jordan and various non-governmental organizations have taken steps to address early marriage. This effort includes increasing public awareness of the negative consequence of early marriage, increasing access to education and economic opportunities for women, and strengthening the legal system to enforce age limits for marriage. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Jordan. Next to speak is Delegate of Suriname. Suriname. All right.
Okay, thanks, the chair. For our country, for Suriname, the early marriage is the bigger problem, because in Suriname, apart or from education, the problem is early marriage. In our country, in a rural, especially in a rural areas, the average age of marriage is under 15 years, and in the city under 18 years. So this higher early marriage is due to poverty and education. For our society, the early marriage or they are take a marriage is the solution for the problem. Poverty and education, especially the number of dropouts, is give affect the rate of the early marriage. And we have data. 45% of young people who didn't attain school marriage early, and around 1/5 of the children who did not attain school were married before the age 15. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Bahrain. Next to speak is the last speaker, is Delegate of Saudi Arabia. You may have the floor.
Okay, thank you. For underage marriage has long been a contentious issue among countries, posing significant challenges to the well-being and development of young girls. Addressing this issue requires urgent attention to safeguard the right and future. There is so many impact about underage marriage, especially impact of education and development. Early marriage deprive of education opportunities and restrict their ability to pursue higher education or gain essential skill, especially for young girl. This perpetuates gender inequality, limiting the potential contribution of women to the nation development. The second, impact for health risk and psychological implication. Especially young girls who are married off early face a high risk of experiencing complications during pregnancy and childbirth. Moreover, they often suffer from psychological trauma and lack the necessary maturity of navigate the challenge of marriage life. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. So this motion is elapsed. We will continue the next committee sessions after break, perhaps. So because it just few minutes left, we will start the break. So we will start after the break, and then before we before we start the break, I would like to giving motions to delegate to suspend the debate. For those who want to propose motions, please raise your placard. Yes, delegate of chat. Thank you. The delegates of Kuwait just want to suspend the debate, and this is clearly passes. Yeah. Okay. The debate is suspended because we will start the break. But before we start the break, I would like to explain about the draft resolutions, which is we still have 2 left committee sessions, and I hopefully that after the unmoderated caucus, which is informal sessions debate, that I just saw all the delegations here already negotiate and interactive and so productive and so critical thinking with the other delegates to giving solutions, giving their positions of the country, and it's really good. And we hope that it will be transferred into the draft resolution that we will share into the group. So all the delegates will see the draft resolutions looks like. So the delegate, after the break, we will start the motions, unmoderated caucus. After that, we start the unmoderated caucus, and then we will drafting the resolution. So the solution that you have negotiated before, you just add it into the draft solution. So it will be the official draft resolutions after the closing of the committee sessions. So please use these 2 more committee sessions for focusing on the solutions that you want to propose to these resolutions, and then drafting the resolution together with the other delegate, and we will sharing the sample of the draft resolutions into the group. Please kindly check to the group. I would like to ask, is there any delegate? Is there any delegate who's still not joining the groups? WhatsApp group, I mean, sorry. For those who's not joining yet, please raise your placard. For model OIC groups, only for model OIC, not for delegate groups. Teman-teman ada yang sudah join di grup? Yang belum mungkin bisa angkat placardnya. For those who still not joining yet, please raise your placard. Yeah, delegate of Morocco Hey, sorry. Delegate of Sierra Leone, Afwan. Okay. Please, DLO, come to the chair. We will share the. Ada lagi? Anyone still not joining it? Yeah, Delegate of Albania. Wait. Yeah, Nimoy delegate. Okay. Kamu sebarkan ke teman-teman sama yang aku jadi di Delegate of Albania, right? You still not joining yet. So where's the LO for the delegate of Mozambique? LO-nya siapa untuk delegasi untuk Mozambique? Mungkin bisa maju ke depan. Since we're waiting, some delegates still joining the group. So have you seen the sample of draft resolutions in the group that we sent before? Anyone? Apakah sudah ada yang mengecek di grup MOIC sample draft resolution? Jadi, I would like to explain in English and also in Bahasa, right? I would like to start in Bahasa first. Jadi, nanti kita kan ada waktu istirahat. Oke, setelah istirahat itu kan nanti isoma, setelah isoma kita nanti masuk lagi ke komite sesi 4. Jadi kita punya 2 komite sesi lagi 2. Nah, kami harap 2 sesi ini digunakan untuk mendrafting resolusi. Sehingga nanti bisa menjadi dokumen yang baku. Karena nanti di komite sesi 5, itu nanti kita bakal fokus di amendment. Amendment itu apa? Amendment itu adalah kita membahas satu persatu solusi yang dimasukkan ke dalam draft resolusi itu. Sampai sini clear? Jadi nanti teman-teman solusinya apa yang sudah dibuat, silahkan masukkan ke situ. Oke? So I would like to explain in English. After we break, we still have 2 committee sessions, right? And we will focusing on the draft resolutions. For the 4 committee sessions, we will focusing on drafting the resolutions. So for those who have already have a solutions, please add into the into the document of the draft resolution that we send in the groups. And then in the committee sessions 5, which is the last committee sessions, we will focusing on the amendment, which is we will discussing each solution that all delegate propose or all delegates added into the draft resolution one by one. We will read one by one, and then for somebody not agree, we will eliminate the solutions, or somebody still discussing what is the relevant of the topic and the solutions. So the delegate, we will discuss one by one the solution that added into the draft solution. Is it clear? Everyone understand? Have you checked it into the groups, the file? All right. Please, some LO, for those who delegates still not joining the group, please kindly share the link, and then the delegate will be join the groups. Any question regarding the draft resolutions that you have to ask, or still confusing about this one? Anyone? Is it clear? Yakin? Yakin? Okay. Yes. Raise your placard, please. Oh, sorry. Yes, Delegate Bahrain. Okay. In draft resolutions, we have two types of the delegations. Okay. I just explained about the differences between OIC resolutions with United Nations resolution, right? This is just to giving you some new knowledge. In draft resolution in United Nations, there are two types of the delegations in the draft resolutions, which is signatories and sponsors. Sponsors mean that delegate will be late or giving more a lot of solutions and encouraging all the delegate into that resolutions. So this delegate, sponsor delegate, will be lead the resolution, sorry. And signatories, for those who delegate are support the draft resolutions. And the differences between the OIC is really different with United Nations resolutions. Why? Because in OIC, just have one type of delegations, which is signatories. All the delegates are equal as a signatories, as a support of these solutions. So there is no sponsor, there is no leader of blocks. Because in United Nations, sometimes it will be divided into two blocks, right? Because of differences of position, or maybe differences of the coalitions. But in OIC, we should unite it. لاتحاد لواحد قانون. يعني we united with one resolutions and all delegates must be agree as a one ummah. اتحاد للواحد قانون. It's really encouraged that all delegates will be agree with all the solutions. I would like to say in bahasa, okay? Jadi, untuk di PBB resolusi dan mungkin OIC itu sangat berbeda. OIC itu mungkin, kalau di PBB, itu pasti resolusi itu terpecah menjadi 2 sampai lebih blocks. Karena perbedaan pendapat dan koalisi, atau mungkin koalisi ya. Kita mungkin tahu Amerika sama siapa dan sebagainya. Nah, di situ kan nanti ada yang namanya sponsor dan signatories, 2 tipe delegasi. Sponsor itu adalah yang menjadi leader atau menjadi ketua dalam resolusi itu, yang melobi, yang memberikan solusi terbanyak, yang menegosiasi semua negara sehingga negara bisa menurut dengan negara ini. Itu namanya sponsor. Dia bertanggung jawab untuk itu. Sedangkan signatories itu adalah negara-negara yang berkontribusi dan memberikan solusi di dalam itu dan sejalan dengan orang-orang tersebut. Seblok lah intinya. Seperti itu. Tetapi kalau di OIC itu resolusinya berbeda. Resolusinya adalah itu tidak ada konsensus. Jadi semua harus satu suara di dalam satu resolusi. Karena sistemnya adalah one ummah. We have to unite. Kita harus bersatu. Jadi ada amendment. Amendment itu apa? Satu persatu solusi itu dibahas, dinegosiasikan, apabila satu tidak setuju, itu langsung dihapus. Itu sama halnya dengan ASEAN. ASEAN satu suara negara tidak setuju, berarti semuanya itu gagal. It's like ASEAN. Okay, is it clear? Hopefully it will be helpful for you and giving some new knowledge about the resolutions in some of the organizations. So let's continue. We have to break. After break, we will focusing on unmoderated caucus and one motion more, and then drafting resolution. Chair will be lead and will be monitoring the draft resolution. So everyone can ask anything about how to rating the draft resolution and anything. Okay? Clear? Okay. Hopefully, I think everyone's still confused, but hopefully you are understand after the committee session. Okay, it's time to have a break, right? Okay, delegate, you may have take a break and pray. So we will continue after 4:30. Sorry, the instructions. In signatories, please write your country name by your official name. Like for example, the state of Libya or the Republic of Albania. What else? Should be in official name, okay? Jadi nanti teman-teman, itu nanti signatories, kalian harus mencantumkan nama negara kalian yang resmi. Ada gelarnya, misalnya republik atau kerajaan dan sebagainya, oke?
Azerbaijan, Bahrain, Albania. Albania. Albania.
Lo nggak tahu dia depan pasar tadi. Dia curhat tadi biasa.
Bayu, rayain, Bay.
Jam berapa lagi?
Sholat. Oh, buka buku.
gue yang tanggung jawab ini.
Dilipat-lipatin aja kan?
Belum. Ntar aku mau koordinasi sama Bayu. Sayangnya dulu.
Udah, Bayu. Yuk.
right. It's almost 5 p.m., which is some delegates are tired already, and the chair as well, actually. So we discussed with the co-chair that if we still do committee sessions, but if we can finish in these sessions, it will be better. But hopefully, some delegate can drafting resolution very well, and then we can start the amendment, and then we just finish in the fourth season. All right? Are you ready, guys? Ready? Dulu ya. All right. We start from the roll call. Makcik jangan makan. All right. All right, we start for the roll call. Jangan minum pula. All right. We started with the roll call. Now I would like to call the first delegate. Is delegate of Albania, are you present? Thank you. Delegate of Azerbaijan. Thank you. Delegate of Bahrain. Delegate of Bangladesh. Delegate of Bangladesh. Present? All right, thank you. Delegate of Brunei Darussalam, sorry, my apologies. All right. Delegate of Benin. Delegate of Burkina Faso. Present, right? All right. Delegate of Cameroon. Present, right. Delegate of Chad. Delegate of Chad is present. Okay. Delegate of Comoros. Okay. Delegate of Djibouti. Right. Delegate of Egypt. Delegate of Gambia. Right. Delegate of Guinea-Bissau. Thank you. Delegate of Guyana. Guyana. All right. Next to the next delegate is delegate of Indonesia. All right. Thank you. Delegate of Iran. Delegate of Iraq. Delegate of Jordan. Thank you. Delegate of Kazakhstan. Thank you. Delegate of State of Kuwait. Delegate of Lebanon. Delegate Dawlat Libya. Present. Thank you. Shukran. Delegate of Malaysia. Macam mana tu? Okay, Malaysia. Delegate of Maldives. Delegate of Mauritania. Thank you. Delegate of Morocco. None. Delegate of Mozambique. Present. Delegate of Niger. Delegate of Nigeria. All right. Thank you. Delegate of Oman. All right. Delegate of Pakistan. All right. Delegate of Dawlat Palestine. Afwan, Dawlat Palestine. Okay. ودولة القطر. All right. Saudi Arabia. All right. Senegal. Sierra Leone. Thank you. And then Sudan. Right. Suriname. Delegate of Tajikistan. Delegate of Tunisia. Delegate of Turkey. Delegate of Turkmenistan. Turkmenistan, okay. Delegate of Uganda. Delegate of United Arab Emirates. Delegate of Uzbekistan. And the last one is delegate of Jumhuriyah Yemeni. Shukran. Now we move to the last GSL, general speaker list. And after that, we continue for the one motion. After that, we start unmoderated caucus. And then we start the amendment, hopefully. So we don't need last committee sessions anymore. Okay, for those who want to speak for GSL, please raise your placard.
We are looking at maybe 3 delegates for this GSL, just to make this GSL happen. So delegates would like to speak in the general speakers list. Delegate of Bahrain.
Next. Delegate of Chad. Who else? Delegate of Azerbaijan. Okay, we start the speaking time. We start from the first delegate. Is Delegate of Bahrain? You have the floor.
Check. Honorable chairs and delegates, as we've already known that education is not the only thing that we're going to concern, but also the other kind of aspects, for an example, youth empowerment, it is something that is supposed to be part of our concern. And by saying that youth empowerment is something that is crucial, we would like to talk about the youth unemployment as our next caucus. At the end, if
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, we almost reached the end of the conference and we may need to start working on the draft resolution. Reminding all of the delegates, if you have any issue or solution that need to put in the draft resolution, kindly to put it and just say to us if it's already been stated in the formal debate before. And I want this delegate of Chad would like to deliver some points that have been talked in the unmoderated caucus before with the delegate of Guyanama, which is not present at the moment. We are mostly talking about the funding mechanism and all of the other stuff regarding the gender disparity. There is this system of incentive, and we push the family in each country member state to put their children in the school in the ages of in the primary school and secondary school if it's possible. And the funding gap is actually talking about money.
Your time is
Okay,
elapsed.
thank
Thank you, delegate. Next to speak is delegate of Azerbaijan. You may have the floor.
Thank you very much. Delegates, I want to express my disappointment because my motions is not get passed. Why? Because children's while learning 1+1 is getting shoot because a lot of conflicts almost all the OIC member get have current ongoing armed conflicts, but a lot of you guys still, a lot of delegates still prioritizing gender issue. I mean, this is not a wrong thing to do, but there's a children get a shoot here while learning and basic educations. Almost all IC members is ongoing current conflicts. So therefore, I wish the next conference there will be solution on these matters, because almost 4,000 school in Azerbaijan is getting destroyed because of conflicts that happen in our countries. We also get another notice from Burkina Faso, have the same conflicts like the Palestine, like in the Africa, Burkina Faso is getting the same thing. We have to. We all getting this point because this motion is not getting passed. So therefore, I wish in the next time of conference we can discuss this even more. So to get the first Thank you very much.
Yes, elapsed. Thank you, delegate. Now we continue to. Now we move to the motions, which is his moderated caucus, but we have a limited time. So, wanna add?
Hello. So now we are moving on to points and motions. We are looking forward for a moderated caucus. However, we'd like to limit the total time of the moderated caucus into 10 minutes only, so you guys will have more time to make your draft resolution. Understandable? Okay, thank you. Okay.
Okay, we start for the proposed motions. For those who delegate who want to propose motions, please raise your placard. Malaysia. Anyone? For those who want to propose motions, please raise your placard. Just one motions. After that, we continue for the unmul caucus. Yes, Kingdom Bahrain. Yes. Sorry, delegate.
For each member state with total time, is it still 20 or we should limit
No,
it to?
we have to limit the time for 10
to
minutes.
10.
Yeah.
Well, I like to give it like 10 minutes with each speaking time 1 minute. Please.
1 minute.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So the delegate of Bahrain just proposed a motions regarding the root of the youth unemployment for 10 minutes with 1 minute speaking time, right? All right, we still have 2 more motions. For those who want to propose motions, please raise your placard. Two more motions. Delegate. Counting once, counting twice, and counting third. Since there is no delegate who want to propose a motion and we just one motion, so we will voting these motions. For those who are in favor, the motions proposed by Delegate of Bahrain regarding the root of youth unemployment, please raise your placard. For those who agree, favor. Are you sure, guys? This is last motion.
Can you repeat the motion, please?
The motions, all right, sorry. The motion is the root of youth unemployment, proposed by Delegate of Bahrain. For those who are in favor, please raise your placard. You want proposed motions? Right, please raise your placard. Yes, Delegate of Uzbekistan would like to propose the motions.
Bismillah, we want to propose about the refugees from the Islamic countries and the refugees from the non-Islamic countries.
It's auto.
Thank you. Sorry, Delegate. We think that your motion might be a little uncontextual, like refugees, but in what context? So therefore, can you rephrase your motion to make it a bit more in line with the topic of the council? Do you still want to propose a motion? If not, we will proceed with Bahrain's motion voting.
Once again, for those who want to propose motions. All right, Delegate of Sudan, what is your motion? Sorry.
The government and OIC solution to match a skill and job demands.
Okay, the motions proposed by the Delegate of Sudan is the government and OIC solutions to match skills and job demands. Is it right? Is it right? All right. Is there any motions? One more? All right, let's continue for the voting sessions. Okay. We move to the Delegate of Bahrain. For those who are in favor about the road of youth and employment proposed by Delegate of Bahrain, please raise your placard. These motions fail. Okay, let's continue. Let's move to the Delegate of Sudan. The Delegate of Sudan is proposed motion regarding the government and OIC's solution to match skill and job demands. For those who are in favor with these motions, please raise your placard. All right. It depends on the Sudan's representative. Do you want to propose motions with a different topic? Yes. Since none, so we move to the voting sessions. For those who are against or no, please raise your placard. Don't be abstain, guys. You should voting the motions. Against? Do you against? Really? Against? So raise your placard. Don't be abstain, guys. You have to choose agree or not agree.
Okay, guys. This is a procedural voting, meaning that everyone must vote either yes or a no. It doesn't matter if you want to make a speech later in this motion or not, but for this one, please make a vote between yes or no. It just means that you want to see this being discussed, not you want to make a speech in this motion. So may we ask again, the one who is...
For those who are in favor or agree with this motion, please raise your placard. Okay, the motion is the government and OIC's solutions to match skill and job demands proposed by the Sudan. Anyone agree? Since none, so for those who are against with this motion, please raise your placard. Okay, these motions fail. So we will extend until 7 p.m. Okay? No, just kidding. Okay, we move to the unmoderated caucus, right? Informal sessions. Because we just have a limited time, so we hope that this unmoderated caucus will be using for drafting the resolution. So everyone will be opening the laptop or the electronic devices towards that added the solutions. Then we continue to the amendment. So hopefully we don't need for the last committee session, or which is 5 committee sessions. All right. So please, some delegate propose unmoderated caucus. For those who want to propose motions, please raise your placard. Right, delegate of chat.
This delegate of chat would like to propose a motion of unmoderated caucus for total time of 20 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Delegate of chat is just propose motions regarding to open unmoderated caucus for 20 minutes. For those who delegate are agree with these motions, please raise your placard. Okay, this motion is passes. All right, instructions. Because this is, hopefully this is our last draft, our last informal sessions. I hope that every delegate here will be at your solutions into the draft resolutions, and then negotiate with the other delegates as well. And then after that, we continue for one motion for giving closing statement. After that, we start the amendment. We will open the draft resolutions and then deciding all the resolutions one by one that added by delegates. Do you understand? Clear? Jadi nanti teman-teman informal sesi. Nanti setelah informal sesi kalian teman-teman bisa fokus untuk mendraft resolusi. Setelah itu silahkan bernegosiasi, mungkin ada yang sejalan punya solusi apa. Karena tadi teman-teman kan juga sudah berdiskusi dengan teman-teman yang sefrekuensi ya, satu suara ingin memberikan solusi apa, silahkan didiskusikan. Kemudian masukkan ke dalam draft resolusi. Baru setelah itu kita start untuk satu mosi lagi untuk closing statement. Closing statement itu apa aja, bebas. Jadi setelah itu baru kita amendment. Kita bacakan satu persatu solusi itu sebagai tahap terakhir, last session for deciding the draft resolutions. Do you understand? Clear? Makci? Nah, macam mana nih? Dah faham ke tak? Oke, jom kita mula. Alright, we start the unmoderated caucus. We start the unmoderated caucus from now.
Oh yeah, delegates, because this is an OIC resolution, there should be no articles, so just please down on the bottom, yeah? Thank you. Huh? Delegates, may I have your attention, please, for a second? Is anyone confused by not the substantial, not the substantial part, but the technical part of trying to put in this resolution? Like, for example, how do I know if my solution is being inputted in the document and etc.? Ada? No? No questions? So basically, this is just a Google document. So you guys just input your solutions in this document, just type it out, and then it will automatically synchronize with all our computers. So you just don't need to worry about it. Okay, thank you.
Oh yeah.
Makcik, buat apa tu? Makcik cakap yang tak betul-betul tu. Nak cakap apa tu? Ha?
Sudah kemarin.
Makcik,
The unmoderated caucus time has elapsed.
Pakcik, jom balik. Jangan macam tu. All right. Are you tired? Are you tired? Yes, for sure. Chair as well. So that's why we have to, finishing these draft resolutions after the amendment and then after back to the hotel and then sleeping tight.
Fun fact, did you know that he only slept for 1.5 hours last night? I don't know how he keeps up his spirit, but I hope he doesn't get sick.
All right, let's continue, right? Are you ready? All we gonna extend 1 hour. Kenapa? All right, continue, right? Okay, besides we start the moderated caucus, everyone can check the draft resolutions from your devices because we will read all the solutions that proposed by all delegations in the draft resolutions. Udah belum? All right. Is there anyone still want to add the solution? Nak pergi mana tu? Putri nak balik hotel. Oh, all right. Team Humas, please share the screen, please. All right. Since we received the update of the draft resolutions with all the delegations here, about 59 delegates here. So, I would like to give you 10 minutes for reading time regarding the draft resolutions. If there are any in order or to want to debate or want to eliminate, just discuss after the time elapsed. All right? Understand? Okay. Sekarang kita baca draft resolusinya selama 10 menit. Setelah itu baru kita melakukan amendment. Okay, the time for the reading time is start from the time for reading time is start from now.
So what you are going to do here is you are going to look at the draft resolution that you have already worked on. I have just not given you editing permission again, so nothing can be changed, except that I am going to change a little bit of the punctuation and spelling because I see there are spelling errors. But for substantial matters, I am not going to touch upon it. And then when the reading time is over, if you guys agree with a solution, don't say anything about it. But if you do not agree with a certain solution, then you propose for like an amendment. That's how it's going to go because this is going to speed up the process rather than we read the clauses one by one. Okay. Understandable? Okay.
Reminder, delegate, please use this time for reading the draft resolution. So after that, we can start the amendment. So is there any in order to discuss or eliminate some solution that added into the, what's that? Into the draft resolution, you can raise the placard after that. Hopefully you understand what I mean. Makci? Bagus, please return back to your table. Yes, delegate of chat. Sorry. Mic, please. Oh, yeah, sure. Kenapa? Okay, the reading time is elapsed. So now we move to the last season, which is I would like to request the media tours that to share the document for yes, thank you. So since we already added all the solutions inside the draft resolution, and we also clear and managing all the solutions as well, and also reading the draft resolution as well. So I would like to open for the amendment. The draft resolutions of the season of the Islamic Conference of Youth and Sport Ministers, or ICYSM, in Samarinda, Indonesia, on 10th of July 2023, on reviewing the OIC youth strategy from a cultural standpoint, with the signatories more than 49 member states of OIC. From these solutions, please read the draft resolution, delegate, from your devices, please. From this solution, is there any in order amendment? For the solution number 1, is there in order? Is there any delegate who has a concerns with the several solutions inside the draft resolutions that want to debating or clarify the solutions? Since none, we move to voting procedure. I would like to read all the solutions one by one, so that if delegates are in order or amendment, please raise your placard, all right? First solutions affirms the need to implement programs that push for gender equality in educations to widen and accessibility of the educations to the youth. Is there in order? The none agree a draft. 2, recommends cultural exchange program for youth students in OIC states to increase the students' cultural knowledge and foster healthy relationship among member states. Is there in order? There is none at the draft. encourage member states to implement social program to help with the educations for the poor. Is there in order? Since none, a draft. Recommend the establishment of culture diversity task force made up of experts, youth representative, and culture practitioners from member states to review and access the current OIC youth strategy from a cultural standpoint. Is there in order?
Seeing none, agreed at ref. Number 5, invites the member states to foster interfaith and intercultural dialogue through the organization of interfaith and intercultural dialogue forums, festivals, workshops, and conferences to bring together youth from diverse backgrounds, engage in meaningful conversations, share experiences, and promote mutual understanding, tolerance, and respect. Any concerns?
There in order.
Seeing none, agreed at ref. 6, calls upon the OIC member states to implement regulations issued by the government in the form of compulsory education for at least 12 years. Is it in order? Okay, seeing none, agreed at ref. Further invites the OIC member states to provide incentives or reward systems for students' families living below the poverty line to encourage participation in schools and decrease the possibility of early marriage. Any concerns? None. Add ref. 8, approves gender balance in decision-making positions within the OIC by giving preference to equally competent female candidates to increase the representation of women in key leadership roles within the organization. Any concerns? None. Add ref. Encourages the establishment of an OIC scholarship program aimed at promoting and supporting girls' education. Is that in order? Add ref. 10, encourages cooperation with other intergovernmental organizations and financing bodies to support scholarship and education programs aimed at youth and girls. Any concerns? Seeing none, add ref. 11, encourages OIC member countries to make binding regulations on compulsory 12-year education and rules prohibiting child marriage.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. I think in the 11 point, we need to, how to say, make it match in the 6 point. I think it is those are the same meaning, purpose, I think. Just edit, sorry. Just edit rules prohibiting child marriage. Okay, I think in the 11 point is the same meaning in the 6 point, but we need to add the phrase, the clause rules prohibiting child marriage.
So you would like to eliminate one of them?
Not eliminate, but make it match.
Okay. Could you check, please?
Yeah.
Merge into one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Could you check, please?
In what number? 6?
Yeah, is that clear?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you. So, agree at draft.
thank you.
Is there in order? Yes, Delegate of Albania.
I would uh, I would like to add on the observation pointed out by my fellow delegate, not only merge with the solution number 6, but we think that though related, compulsory education and child marriage are two separate subjects. It could be also become two separate solutions. That is all.
Is that clear? Could you check, please?
It's number
Delegates, may we have your attention? So we already had 10 minutes of reading time, and basically, as stated in the schedule, that we are already over time already. Of course, one day is quite short, yeah. I try to be diplomatic, but we just state it as it is. What we can do is that I believe that you have gone through the resolutions, the clauses already. And let's just go through it, yeah. If try not to comment much on the grammaticals, because there's no time to be grammar Nazis here. But anything that is very crucial and substantial affecting the resolution, preferable to have amendment, okay? So, which clause were we in? So let us read the clauses. Number 12, OIC member countries to promote being open-minded countries and pay attention to the importance of education for all, especially girls. Any objections? Seeing none, agree that ref. Don't worry, colleagues, because this is actually an academic training. It's simulation. Perfection is all lies. So the fact that you already came up with these much clauses is good enough. So let's go through the next clause. Number 13, recommends the adoption of mandatory education for a minimum of 18 years and urges governments to take measures to prevent underage marriages and early school dropout. Objections? Yes, Delegate of Brunei.
We believe that 18 years of mandatory compulsory education is too much, because usually it is only 12 years. 18 years would equal to getting a master's degree. So we would like to eliminate it or merge it with the clauses above. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Delegate. Any objections to the recommendation by the Delegate of Brunei? I think there was a misunderstanding here. Yes, Delegate?
Also, I did it point of 13 for a minimum of 18 years. There's actually the same point in the point of number 11, the 12-year education. And I think it's more logical to put the rest of the clauses of number 13 in number 11, but in just 12-year education and the other stuff.
All right. Yeah, point taken. So, summing up all that, we'll just change 18 years to 12 years because I think 18 years, when you made this clause, you perhaps refer it to something like 18 years of age. But 12 years is actually the number of years, to undertake education. So, any objections? You can see the changes as, we type and go through it. Any objections? Yes, order. Yes, delegate. Which delegate? I heard someone said point of order. Seeing none, agree that ref. Number 14, recommends the OIC to create an Islamic-based gender equality curriculum module by having monthly conference meetings with educators, curriculum developers, and Islamic gender experts to integrate Islamic gender equality into teaching materials exclusively towards Islamic countries. Any objections? Seeing none, agree that ref. Recommends the government to increase awareness to the public regarding the importance of education to increase enrollment rates. Any objections? Seeing none, agree that ref. Encourages the government to implement incentives, introduce internships, and implement job training to address unemployment and increase entrepreneurship. Any objections? Seeing none, agree that ref. Encourages the government for each member of OIC to consider enacting a child marriage prevention law, considering the negative impacts that may counter the purpose of Islam itself. Any objection? Seeing none, agree that ref. Encourages children to take education in school by making international law that each of member states need to ratify to the national law. This national law includes the period that the children need to finish at least primary school. Is there any objections? Agree that ref. Number 19, emphasizes the funding mechanism toward OIC member states by designing body organization under the umbrella of the Islamic Development Bank to collect funding from the donor country. The funding that's been selected will be distributed to improve the infrastructure, such as school and other facilities. Any objections? Seeing none, agree that ref. Calls upon international organizations such as UNDP and UNICEF to give support towards the solution aimed at children. Any objections? Seeing none, agree that ref.
Recommends OIC member states to collaborate with NGOs or private companies to provide subsidizing or scholarship, especially for girls. Any concerns? None, agreed at ref. Encourages the government to establish a women's empowerment institution to empower and educate women. Any concerns? None, agreed at ref. Encourages member states to improve the accessibility and quality of healthcare infrastructure, such as hospitals, machine, and develop pharmaceutical industries. Any concerns? Okay, agreed at ref. Recommends the media awareness campaign to challenge gender stereotypes. No concerns? Agreed at ref. Encourages young leaders to design and implement effective campaigns, particularly to reduce gender disparity. Is that in order? No concern, agreed at ref. Emphasizing the importance of providing training to the teachers to gradually make children aware of the importance of education and especially women's education to rectify the cultural mindset that undermines the role of women in education and society as a whole. No concerns, agreed at ref. Encourages multiple international organizations to cooperate with local communities to approach or reach the academics to give the knowledge to the parents with a new curriculum. No objections? Agreed at ref. Encourages OIC to support conflict resolution efforts among its members using diplomacy, dialogue, and negotiation. Agreed at ref. recommends OIC member countries to make joint teacher training to improve the quality of education and become an arena for exchanging ideas or sharing experiences. Agreed ad ref. God. Recommends government to address the gender disparities in employment by creating policies that promote gender equality and providing support for women to enter the labor market. Any suggestions? Agreed at ref. Encourage the government to adopt the Children's Code in harmonizing national law with its treaty obligation, in particular, raising the minimum age for marriage from 16 to 18. Agreed at ref. Encourage every country in the OIC to round up an official rule regarding gender equality and equity that has been agreed upon by all religious and legal experts from OIC countries. Any concerns? None? Agreed at ref. Recommends member states to create safe and supportive learning environments, creating safe and supportive learning environments that encourage girls' participation and retention in schools. This includes addressing issues such as gender-based violence, harassment, and discrimination within educational settings. Any suggestions? None. Agreed ad ref. Last, encourages member states to provide scholarships and financial assistance specifically targeted at girls and women to help overcome economic barriers to education. It can include initiatives that cover school fees, provide transportation, and offer financial incentives to encourage families to invest in their daughters' education. Any concerns? Agreed ad ref.
All right, since the amendment we just finished just now, we would like to announce that the draft resolutions of ICYSM in the number 1078-23 resolutions in Samarinda, Indonesia is officially adopted.
Oh ya. Oke. Aku aja deh. We have come towards the end of the conference, just a little bit more, and we as chairs would like to congratulate all of you guys for making it to the end of this committee session. Congratulations, everyone. We hope that this will provide a great learning opportunity for all of you, both like substantially and socially, and we hope that we can keep in touch with all the delegates here today. And now we're looking at one last motion, which is to adjourn the debate. This basically means it's over. This model OIC is done, no more discussion. So, delegates who wish to raise this motion to adjourn the debate, please raise your placard. Delegate of Bahrain, what's your motion? Delegates who agree with this motion, raise your placard. Who wants to go home? Who wants to close the debate? Okay, this motion unanimously passes. No? Okay, this motion passes. Wait. Sorry, Delegate of Chad, what is that?
I'd like to raise a motion about point of information. So today is actually a special day for someone. And today's the birthday of our chair, beloved Julia Divan.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Thank you, guys.
Oh, I am so excited. I was surprised. Thank you so much for your greeting. It's really, oh my, it's really sad to say that.
Nice dong, Paci
Okay,
nangis.
guys, it's really honored to be here as your chair and to know you all. You are very amazing, and hopefully to see you again. And this is not just simulations, but you got new friends here, new experience, new friends here, and hopefully it will be a good memories for you. So thank you so much, and thank you for the greetings. So I would like to say that this debate is officially closed.
Thank you, everyone. And please do not leave the room yet, as we are going to hand it over to the MC for certificates. Thank you.
Yang apa?
Ya. Udah.
Okay, please attention for all the delegates. Yeah. And so please welcome the Mr. Tantan Taufik Lubis, the ICYF Vice President. Please come forward because we have certificate handover to all the delegates. So please come forward. Mr. Tantan Taufik Lubis, Mr. Benny Pramula, and
Advisor of OIC Indonesia.
the advisor of the OIC Indonesia, and the last is Dr. Yunus Cholak
As the general.
as the general ICYF OIC General Coordinator. So please, a big round of applause, guys. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, all the delegates, maybe we can just make a big round of applause for all of you guys. You did great today. And as we come to the close of this extraordinary diplomatic simulation of the Islamic Conference of Youth and Sport Ministers by the topic, reviewing the OIC Youth Strategy Priority Areas from the Cultural Standpoint. Okay, thank you. And my name is Berkara Yunasasi as your Master of Ceremony today. It is my privilege and honor to stand before you and reflect on the past few hours filled with insightful discussion. And before we close today's diplomatic simulation, and yeah, here we are, the certificate handover for all the delegates. Oh yeah, thank you. So for all the delegates, please, when I call your name and your country allocation, please come forward. Please come to the stage, and you will receive the certificate from one of the excellencies. Okay, can we start? Okay, thank you. So the first certificate handover will be given by Miss Astrid Nadia Rizkita. The first is Rogerio Francisco Amusa, the delegates from Albania. Please come forward, and yeah, he will be receiving the certificate. Okay, please, for the committees, please take a photo. Okay, the second is Ignacio Maria Antonio Xavier, the delegates from Albania. Shahida Rizka Aisha, the delegates from Azerbaijan. Altafa Dia Shauki, the delegates from Azerbaijan. Atifa, the delegates from Bahrain. Okay. Ailsa Purwagabawanta Saskirana Laksono, the delegates from Bahrain. Sabina Febri Nadia Putri, the delegates from Bangladesh. Nur Azizah Aksham, the delegates from Bangladesh. Tasya Novianti Ramadan, the delegates from Benin. Sekar Pandu Wijayanti, the delegates from Benin. Cindy Angelica Wijaya, the delegates from Brunei Darussalam. Aisha Natia Katili, the delegates from Brunei Darussalam. Muhammad Faizi Oktaverliandi, the delegates from Burkina Faso. Ryan Ramadana Rahman, the delegates from Burkina Faso. Bagus Mahardika, the delegates from Chad. Audi Anissa Fatika, the delegates from Chad. Ibrena Christine Natalia, the delegates from Comoros. Regina Firanti Sirah, the delegates from Comoros. The next is Olivia Inaya, the delegates from Djibouti. Suci Angels Wulandari, the delegates from Djibouti. Andi Yolanda Sagita, the delegates from Egypt. Esmeralda Jennifer Inatokan, the delegates from Egypt. Shafa Nur Alivia, the delegates from Gambia. Hafiz Zufar Faiz, the delegates from Gambia. Bayhat Jeffo Maulidisha, the delegates from Guinea Bissau. Okay, the certificate for Andi Yolanda Sagita from Egypt. The next delegate is Yanju Sahara, the delegates from Guinea-Bissau. Nanda Silatsa Serge, the delegates from Guyana. Usfa Zaskia Amelia, the delegates from Indonesia. Rizky Maisaroh, the delegates from Indonesia. Usfa Zaskia Amelia, the delegates from Indonesia. Please come forward. Rizky Maisaroh, the delegates from Indonesia. Nanda Silatsa Sergei, the delegates from Guyana. Udah. Sadriana, the delegates from Iran. Muhammad Walid Rasuli, the delegates from Iran. Kinkin Shamsuddin, the delegates from Iraq. Rini Astriasni, the delegates from Iraq. Putri Bethesda, the delegates from Jordan. Okay, the next is from Dr. Yunus. Putri Bethesda, the delegates from Jordan. Anissa Tsunami, the delegates from Jordan. Muhammad Reza Swageri, the delegates from Cameroon. Gina Fariha Walia, the delegates from Cameroon. Ayu Atika Zahra, the delegates from Kazakhstan. Marcela Caroline Karbur, the delegates from Kazakhstan. Adam Muhammad, the delegates from Kuwait. Abdul Wahid, the delegates from Kuwait. Muhammad Hussein Rifai, the delegates from Lebanon. Nita Ayu Rusmantika, the delegates from Libya. Mahmud Salih Masud Ibribis, the delegates from Libya. Nuralif Afandi, the delegates from Malaysia. Putri Nur Alia Balkis Nazarudin, the delegates from Malaysia. Shefa Nur Rahma, the delegates from Mauritania. Muhammad Rahul Aminullah, the delegates from Mozambique. Anasta Jihan Akila, the delegates from Nigeria. Rizka Ramadana, the delegates from Nigeria. Muhammad Andi Rizki, the delegates from Oman. Nazmi Fauzia Hendrawan, the delegates from Oman. Okay, the next is from Mr. Tantan. Sharif Hidayatullah, the delegates from Pakistan. Okay, maybe from Dr. Yudis. Okay. Sharif Hidayatullah, the delegates from Pakistan. Nur Eka Marita, the delegates from Pakistan. And Muhammad Al Ghul, the delegate from Palestine. Farah Al Fajri, the delegates from Qatar. Okay. Okay. So Ghanim Ali G.A. Al Mahdid, the delegates from Qatar. Gina Raudatul Jannah Saili, the delegates from Saudi Arabia. Nur Hikmah, the delegates from Saudi Arabia. Zeni Dianira, the delegates from Senegal. Shakila Putri Narifa, the delegates from Senegal. Nur Hikmah. Omaima, the delegates from Sierra Leone. Hasbi Khalili, the delegates from Sudan. Shifa Fauzia, the delegates from Sudan. Ananul Nahari Hayuna, the delegates from Suriname. Dini Yuliani Solin, the delegates from Suriname. Davitor Burba, the delegates from Tajikistan. Rizky Amalia, the delegates from Tunisia. Shafira Raisa Rahman, the delegates from Tunisia.
Agis, sorry. Agis, Agitsna Afdilat Talaila, the delegates from Turkey. Sandi Maularis Nandi, the delegates from Uzbekistan. Aryo Usman Putra Maulana, the delegates from the Republic of Yemen. And the last is Abdul Rahman Muhammad Qaid, the delegates from the Republic of Yemen. Sorry. So that's all the certificate handover for all the delegates. And okay, and for all the delegates, stay in your place and please stand up because we have a photo together with this all the excellencies. And for and for sorry, and for all the excellencies, please come to the in front of the stage, and because we have a photo together with all the delegates, please come. Okay, so please come to the bottom of the stage for all the excellencies, Mr. Tantan, Mr. Dr. Yunus, and Mr. Benny. Please, yeah, Dr. Yunus, please come to the bottom of the stage. And for all the delegates, please stand up and stay on your place. Maybe you can hold your flags or the placard. And also for all the chairs, please come to the photo station. Okay, for all the delegates, maybe you can raise your flags together and your placard as well. Okay. Okay. Please prepare. Okay, I'll counting 1, 2, 3. So, okay, please make your best pose and smile, everyone. So, 1, 2, 3, smile. Smile. Okay, once more. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, and make the video. Okay.
Model OIC, one Ummah.
Okay, so when I say model OIC, you say one Ummah. Okay, got it? One Ummah. When I say model OIC, all of you say one Ummah. Okay, good job. So 1, 2, 3. Model OIC. Okay, thank you. Thank you for all the excellencies. Thank you for all the delegates. And we want to say sorry for all the chaos today.
Okay, so thank you once again for your active participation and wavering dedication and the indomitable spirit you have brought to this conference or diplomatic simulation. So together we have shown that by fostering understanding, embracing diversity, and working hard and hand, we can build a world that thrives on cooperation. So the last I say farewell until we meet again, guys. So the last I say wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Congratulations for you all. Siapa namanya tadi Putra